Alrighty, guys, good morning. Happy fucking Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful start to your day. We're getting into the holidays here. Thanksgiving coming up tomorrow, which is going to interfere with my streaming schedule, obviously. Why is your mom in the background? You think my mom is younger than me? Or looks younger than me? And is extremely attractive. Ah, so you think I'm attractive. Obviously, genetics relate, so... No, thanks for the compliment. Morning, JC. Oh, I mean, I'm not going to tell her. You can tell her yourself. But I'll take that as a compliment. Alrighty. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing some Starfield. More Starfield here. We are reaching the end of the UC Pirates storyline. Yesterday, betrayed the Pirates. Basically killed a bunch of them that we knew. For the UC, which we don't really know anyone in the UC. Except Alex, because we had 3 dialogue with him. Three little pieces of dialogue. Apparently that made it worth it. Yeah? I have not heard of that one. I betrayed the pirates, so I didn't fight on the vigilance. Said I killed everyone on the key. Huh. And then Delgado surrendered to a +2 persuasion critical success. Oh. It's pretty hilarious. Probably going to be mods to fix a lot of the things that are wrong with this game. And get rid of fucking New Game Plus. Restructure the leveling. Restructure the gear. Uh-huh. Alrighty, guys. Okay. Alright. Let's take a look at the tubes here, guys, see what's going on tonight. Go from there. They updated Starfield yesterday, and it broke basically anything with ASI injection, I believe it is. Take a look here. Starfield ASI loader. This needs to be updated. Last week. Still not updated. Not work. Alright, Edwin. Perfect timing? What do you mean? I've been streaming here for a while. What do you mean perfect timing? Achievement enabler was the problem. I have, isn't it? Love when they name achievements, love when they name mods nothing to do with what it actually does. Oh. I downloaded it. This is just an enabler. There. 9.8. Was it updated? 9.8. Actually, this is 11.8, isn't it? Actually, older. No, I downloaded on the 8th. So this is right. I still have the right version. Plugins text. My God. Fuck. Oh. Cache wasn't working either. Until it breaks? I mean, it's technically still working. November 14th. Yep. Okay. Then we have our manual installations, guys, in which Mod Manager does not track it, and Nexus Mods does a very poor job. Which is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the plugins.txt in the ASI installer, because now I have to keep track of each one of them individually. To fix everything. I didn't collect my 250,000 credits from the UC yet. Nope. Come here, Melissa. Hi, hi. Oh, yep. The clones are clapping for me now. And then there's Alex. Okay, so this loads now. Yes. So I think that fixed it. It was the... not the plugins, achievement. Was not working properly. Achievement enabler. Pretty sure the disk cache enabler is also not working properly. Working now. Oh, at least that's working. Alright, well, that's a good part of our podcast. I love fixing my mods. I love fixing my mods. It makes everything so much better, guys. But good morning. Hope you guys are having a wonderful... Oh my god. Friending, guys. Hosts. Activist moderators are going to come for you. The fucking grandstanding here. Guys, I'm kind of surprised. No, sad to hear no complaining about Nexus' decision to stand up against erasing the option to choose another gender than binary tradition provides. Nobody has to use this option. If you don't like it, leave. I do too. I'm 100% cis man and I just left. What the fuck? The fellow gamers and modders amongst us who like to feel accepted as who they are, when Nexus says we don't support the dispersion of a mod that linguistically erases some people's right to be recognized in their very being, then that's something to respect. I encourage its Nexus team to do it again. The fuck? It's like, it's actually extremely difficult to understand what this person is saying and which angle he's coming from. I don't think it's by design either. They just aren't literally. So this mod, all this mod does is allows you to pick what kind of dancers you want, which is male or female. And there's actually posts that are freaking out about it. Now we need a mod that actually makes a club filled with actual young NPCs you'd see at a club. Oh my god. That's ageist. That's ageist, by the way. Holy shit. Not a bunch of elderly people carrying around luggage like it's an airport or standing around. It's actually very true. If you go in there, there's literally a bunch of people. I think that's part of the quest line to throw you off, where you go in there and try to find the person with the suitcase. And it literally just a bunch of people in there with suitcases. I forgot which quest line that's for. Yeah, I don't remember which quest line it's for. I remember going in there and trying to find someone that has a suitcase, and everyone in there has suitcases. It makes no fucking sense. Luggage like it's an airporter standing around wearing the wrong attire for nightlife. Well, all the clothes in Starfield kind of suck. Not play Cyberpunk? I don't even... Yeah, like, we were paying attention to the story. Like, the weird thing is, like, the story, like, you'll get, like, one voice line from someone, and then you'll literally choose another voice option, and it'll be almost directly conflicting with what the person just said. Like, when we're listening to the UC pirate storyline, like, different people were saying different things. And it's very, very weird. The same person saying two different things. Like, the author didn't even remember what they're saying prior. Hey, great mod, but can I change the male characters into actual female ones? Because when you talk to them, they have male voices. Which is actually an option, by the way. I've gotten that when you recycle an actor, they'll keep their voice. Yeah, so if you recycle an actor, like let's say the Specialist, which spawn with random appearances, they'll keep their voice from prior to you recycling them with the command line, which is hilarious, by the way. Oh, word, I was just thinking appearance law. I'll fix this later today when I get off work. Oh. Surprised no one complained about that. Jesus Christ. Ah, funny. Once again, it's just literally just a mod that changes the dancers into whatever gender you want them to be. But apparently it doesn't have all the genders. And by the way, I don't even have that mod, because we don't even go to the Astral Lounge that often, so... whatever. Yeah, what works for people, guys. Form-fitting Amarnius outfit. So Amarnius actually had a really cool outfit. That's from the Amelia Earhart questline. I forgot what it's called. Starseed. It's actually a pretty good looking dress. There's a lot of cosmetics in the game that are just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Visible companion affinity. Interesting. Well, that would be interesting if you cared about that. Thick neon dancer. I wish you could, like, there's a lot of really cool stuff they could do with Starfield. I wish there was an option to scrap. Like, you could flag a ship to be scrapped, so you could capture it and then flag it for like a trawler to come along and scrap it for you. That'd be pretty fantastic. Maybe take a part of the profits or something. That'd be pretty fantastic. Components too. There's a lot of really cool things they could do with that. Trending. Good. Okay. While we fix the bugs, does not look like there's any new mods currently. I suspect that's going to pick up because holidays. It's going to pick up a bit. People find time, as modding is usually a hobby. PG248QP review. So I've actually been hearing good things about the Threadripper. I kind of want to take a look at it, even though I have no plans on buying one, because it's just a cool piece of technology. You watch both the reviews on here. Probably a streamer. Here. So still the option here is between an OLED or basically a PG248QP, which is an insanely fast TN monitor, guys. Obviously not using it for Starfield, and that's not why I'm buying it, or looking to buy it. Let's see. Rather watch Hardware Unbox if they have a video. Black Friday deals. There we go. Guys. So Threadripper, if you guys didn't know, is like 32, 64, and I think even 128 core processors, depending on the generation. And they're like in between server, like Epic, which is, or not Epic, Octane? What is AMD's server? It's not Threadripper. Threadripper's like a power user, even more than a 16 core processor, power user, home user thing. It's not the same thing as what you'd find in data center, but it could also be in a data center.
Unboxed. Today, we're reviewing a $5,000 US CPU, but don't worry, we have a more affordable $2,500 US option as well, so this should be fun. Obviously, these aren't mainstream CPUs. They are part of AMD's latest high-end desktop lineup, and boy oh boy are they powerful. But before we get into it, today's sponsor spot. Excellent. The new Ryzen Threadripper 7980X and 7970X, packing 64 and 32 cores. There's also the 7960X offering 24 cores for $1,500 US, but unfortunately we weren't able to get that model in time for the release. Now, the Threadripper 7000 series, it's a bit more complex than past Threadripper series, as it's essentially split into two platforms. As I noted earlier, we are looking at the HEDT parts, but there's also the Pro series offering up to 96 cores, more PCIe lanes, and more memory channels, with the obvious catch being they cost, well, a lot more money. But rather than delve into all 6 Pro models, which we won't be testing today, I'll quickly show you the specifications while we talk about the models we will be testing. Now, it's worth noting that the Threadripper 7000 series has moved to a 4844 pin STR5 socket and is in no way compatible with the 4094 pin SWRX8 socket used by the previous Threadripper 5000 series. There are also 2 STR5 chipsets, the WRX90 and TRX50. The WRX90 chipset that supports the Pro CPUs and the Pro CPUs only, while the TRX 50 chipset supports both Pro and HEDT
I wonder why they did that.
parts.
Maybe just
As noted
segmentation?
earlier, the key difference is PCIe lane
Yeah.
count and memory channels. If you use
So
a
instead
Pro
of locking the CPUs, the number of lanes the CPU has, they lock the chipset to the CPU, so you can't really use it with a different chipset.
CPU on a WRX90 motherboard, you
Then
will
associate
have
the
144 usable PCIe lanes and
streaming
octa-channel
with it.
memory support. But if you install a Pro CPU on a cheaper TRX 50 board, you will be limited to 88 usable PCIe lanes and quad-channel memory. Speaking of memory, Threadripper 7000 series processors can accommodate up to 8 memory channels with 2 terabytes of memory on a WRX90 motherboard using 256GB DIMMs, or up to 4 channels for 1 terabytes of memory on a TRX 50 motherboard.
It's a lot of money. So comparably to a 7950X 3D, for instance, or a 7950X non-3D, it's almost just tacked on like an additional $700 to it.
Board.
$800.
Both platforms do officially support
$900.
DDR5 5200 in either single or dual rank configurations. Though it's not your typical DDR5 memory that's supported here, both platforms use registered DIMMs, so you will
makes it even
require
more expensive.
DDR5 RDIMM, LRDIMM, or 3DS RDIMM. It's worth noting that the RDIMMs are not compatible with conventional unbuffered or unregistered memory, the sort of memory used by AM5 processors, for example. So for testing, AMD has provided us with a 128GB kit of G-Skill's Zeta R5 Neo DDR5 6400 RDIMM memory. These are 32GB modules, and while I don't have the exact price for them, they're going to be very expensive, as 8-stick 128GB kits cost $1,000 US. Realistically for now though, you're only going to be using up to 256GB of memory with one of these Threadripper HEDT parts on a TRX 50 motherboard, given that all currently available models only offer 4 DIMMs. And 128GB registered DDR5 modules are quite expensive at around $1,000 US for a DDR5 4800 spec kit. And if you want a 512GB kit, you'll be looking at over $5,000 US right now. So good luck with that. Now the CPUs we'll be testing are the 7980X and 7970X. So let's quickly touch on those parts. The Threadripper 7980X comes in at $5,000 US. It offers 64 cores with 128 threads using 8 CCDs and a single I/O die. In total, it packs 256 megabytes of L3 cache, 48 PCIe 5.0 lanes, and 4 memory channels. The cores run at a base clock of 3.2 GHz.
They do boost, so like boost clock is very
5.1
important because if you're
boost,
gaming, that's what
and
really
like all
matters.
Threadripper
But
7000
as
series
per
parts, the TDP has been set at 350 watts. Then we have the Threadripper 7970X, which is essentially a cut-down model. It's cut in half, basically, with just 4 CCDs.
as per the 7950X 3D and the 7950X,
with 100.
they basically have 2 CCDs, and this is 4, which can infer some latency issues with it if you're trying to
because the TDP remains the same at 350 watts,
use programs across it, like games, for instance. Not always, but sometimes. Depends on how good, once again, the game is threaded, which even... I mean, Starfield is using my fucking 16-core processor pretty well. Cities is using it pretty well, even though you wouldn't expect it. Like, you'd expect games to be capped at like 8 cores, right, or 6 cores. More than 6 cores doesn't matter. There's a lot of cases now where games are multi-threaded very well, and they will scale linearly, assuming that your GPU, you don't run into a GPU bottleneck, will scale linearly with your CPU. Whether or not you run into it remains to be seen. Usually you'll run into a GPU bottleneck. Overwatch pretty good, but Overwatch still runs into threading issues depending on what's going on. It's pretty good at being multi-threaded, but it basically just scales up to 8 cores more or less, which was still pretty good for when it came out, and it's relatively the same as when it came out back in 2017. Call of Duty Warzone, for instance, will also scale with the number of cores. Assuming you set it at 9, I will scale up to the number of cores that you set it to. But I've only tested it with 12, and I haven't played it recently with my 16-core processor. It's scaled with 12, though. But as far as like single-player games go, City Skyline very well single-threaded, or multi-threaded. Excuse me. Cyberpunk was very multi-threaded. Not as good as Skylines, but still pretty good, and not as good as Starfield. Starfield's also pretty good, multi-threaded, or was prior to the patch. In addition to that, Riftbreaker also pretty good, but not as good as either Skylines or Starfield.
US. So that's the Threadripper.
But I don't know how 24 or 32 cores would work. Eventually, you're just going to run into a thing where the little bar isn't going to move.
Into the results. For testing, we're using the Asus Pro WS TRX50 Sage Wi-Fi.
Then it has to coordinate it across all the CCDs because there's 4 here.
6400 CL32 memory and the GeForce RTX 4090. Then for cooling, AMD did provide
actually all 3 of them were 4.
NZXT Kraken 360, but they failed to include the mounting gear in the box. So last minute we had to get our hands on something else for testing, and that something was the Deepcool LT520, a 240mm AIO. So not a 360mm model, but it had the mounting gear we required. Finally, we tested using the latest build of Windows 11 with all drivers up to date, so let's get into it.
I swear he's talking slower than normal.
Starting with the Cinebench multi-core test, we find the 7980X is 28% faster than its predecessor, the 5995WX. Meanwhile, the 7970X was just 15% slower, so not bad given it packs half as many cores. And not only that, but when compared to the 3970X, which is a 32-core part,
yeah, is that threadless? No, that's just hardware info. You might be able to look at the utilization if you zoomed in really close.
Any competing Intel workstation processors for comparison, though it's my understanding that the latest 56-core flagship Xeon model performs similarly to that of the 5995WX in this test. What's really impressive here, though, is that for roughly the same power usage, the 7980X was 150% faster than the Core i9 4900K. Where the Threadripper CPUs aren't all that impressive is single-core performance. Obviously, 32 and 64-core processors aren't going to shine here.
As with server processors in general, they aren't really made for single-core performance.
The
fact that it can actually perform relatively well is actually pretty much a marvel.
While the 7980X was 32%
marvel here in and of itself.
So the Zen 4-based Threadripper CPUs are much faster when compared to the older Zen 3 models, as you'd probably expect, but still, over 30%, that's a big improvement. The Blender Open Data results are similar to what we saw in the Cinebench multi-core test. The 7980X, for example, that was 41% faster than the 5995WX, which is a super impressive result, and it meant that the 7970X was just 13% slower than the previous.
Wish they put the core counts on here.
Core part. Next up, we have the 7-zip compression test, and here the 7980X
on the
was almost 40% faster than the 5995WX, so another very impressive result here. In fact, even the 7970X was faster than the 5995WX, besting it by a 7% margin, which meant the 7980X was just 30% faster than the 32-core model. The 7-zip decompression performance is even more impressive when looking at AMD's new 64-core HEDT part.
AMD is definitely nailing chiplet design, guys, which is having multiple chips basically on the same die and then hooking them together, which are the CCDs.
Now, when it comes to applications such as Adobe After Effects, which are more lightly threaded, the core-heavy Threadripper CPUs, they're not that impressive. And although performance is hardly weak, it's just not representative of their true performance, as much of the CPU does
or
go
price point.
Still,
or the $5,000 price point.
WX, we're looking at around a 15% performance.
And game performance probably isn't going to be anything super amazing either.
Photoshop's even worse at utilizing
if you test them.
CPUs, and for the most part will tax just a single core. And for that reason, the
high core counts are basically for like databases and such,
here, and certainly don't justify their asking price. Basically, if you're looking to primarily use lightly threaded applications, you wouldn't be in the market for a Threadripper CPU. Premiere's a little more core heavy, though it depends heavily on the workload. In the Puget Systems benchmark, we see that for general editing, the 7980X and 7970X are better than the standard desktop Zen 4 parts, but they're not that much better. And the last application test we have is a browser benchmark, so more of a general usage type test, and here the new Threadripper parts are comparable with that of standard desktop processors because, unsurprisingly, web browsing is a lightly threaded task. Okay, time for a brief look at some gaming performance, which really isn't the focus of these Threadripper parts, but hey, maybe you also want a game on your workstation PC, so we'll start with Baldur's Gate 3. And we see that both Threadripper 7000 series parts are slightly slower than the slowest AM5 Zen 4 processor, the Ryzen 5 7600X. So we're certainly looking at highly playable performance, but it's no 14900K or 3D Vcache part. And given how many cores these parts pack, the total system consumption when playing Baldur's Gate 3 is quite impressive. Still, efficiency is not amazing given that we're looking at comparable performance to that of the 7600X for a 22% increase in total system usage. The Threadripper performance in Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty wasn't great. Sure, it was highly playable, but with just 120 FPS on average, they were about 14% slower than the 7600X. Still, the 79...
If I remember right, the 7950X3D, we actually got better performance when we uncapped it. So normally if you just, let's say you install a 7950X3D in your system and then you install the basic drivers, it'll automatically move games to your X3D cores because it has two chiplets on it. It has an X3D chiplet and then like a frequency chiplet as they call, which is just slightly frequency faster than X3D chiplet. There really should just be two X3D chiplets, but if you move it, it moves the games to the X3D chiplet, and most of the time that's good. But in a heavy multi-threaded game, using both of them is actually better than just using one or the other. Or one or the other, yeah, just both. Just using both is just better than just using one. Yeah. But from what I've seen, a lot of tech tubers don't actually do that. It's a nuance with AMD's current multi-threading director, I guess you could call it, their version of a thread director. Doesn't always do things properly, and it doesn't look like tech tubers really look at that.
6400 CL32 memory, which runs at more relaxed secondary and tertiary timings, and this will negatively impact FPS performance in certain titles. Again though, power consumption's not bad, despite the somewhat weak FPS performance. When compared to the Intel Core i7 and Core i9 parts, these 32 and 64 core monsters don't look that outrageous. Spider-Man Remastered plays really well on the 79.
Well, normally power consumption, I say, doesn't really matter. And gaming workload doesn't really matter at all because you're not playing games 24/7. It does definitely matter in a server environment where these parts might be found.
Than the 5995WX, so a nice little boost there. That said, you do pay for the extra performance in the form of power usage, as the 7980X managed to outpower even the full form of 4-core part was.
I mean, you're talking about a $2,500 and a $5,000 part, right? You know.
14% faster than the 5995WX, so a nice little boost there. That said, you do pay for the extra performance in the form of power usage. As
I expected to see more productivity benchmarks, purely because what the chip's designed for is like productivity or server workload.
64-core processor. Next up, we have Assassin's Creed Mirage, and here performance is much lower than you might expect.
Something like this you'd actually want to test with maybe a modified workload with anyone that would even ever consider this. Would be someone that would use, like, let's say, stream at the same time and want to have really good quality. But if you're doing something like that, you literally could just buy a NVIDIA video card and use NVINC, which is actually very good, has very good video quality. Compared to CPU.
The Watch Dogs Legion performance is more what you'd expect based on the 7600X result. Essentially, we're looking at Zen 4 Ryzen 5 performance with 146 to 148 FPS on average, which is a 24% improvement over the older 5995WX. Unfortunately, when compared to the 7600X, total system consumption has increased by 33%. So the 7980X isn't the most efficient gaming processor, but then it's not really a gaming processor at all, so probably not a big deal. Finally, we have Hitman 3, and again, the 7980X and 7970X can't even match the 7600X, trailing by a 10% margin. And this is almost certainly down to the difference in memory use between the Threadripper and AM5 processors, but it's not an issue as Threadripper isn't designed for gaming, rather these are core-heavy productivity processors, but as I said earlier, you may still want to know how well they can game because, well, you might want to game on your workstation PC from time to time. And lastly, here's a look at total system power usage while playing Hitman, and as you can see, the 32-core and 64-core processors aren't the most efficient for gaming. Who knew? Now it's time for a look at operating temperatures, and again we are using the Deepcool LT520, a 240mm all-in-one liquid cooler. And starting with the 7970X running an all-core workload in Cinebench, after an hour the system hit a peak hotspot temperature of 88 degrees on the cores and sustained a core clock frequency of 4.6 GHz, so a great result using a modest cooler. Then installing the 7980X, we ran the same test under the same conditions and found an average clock frequency of 4.1 GHz with a peak hotspot temperature of just 85 degrees. So another great result there, and it means keeping these new 32 and 64 core Threadripper CPUs cool is a relatively easy task. Now time for some overclocking, as these processors are unlocked, though we're just going to enable PBO via Ryzen Master and Windows to see what that does. Both CPUs saw around a 7% performance boost in Cinebench with PBO enabled, so that's pretty good, though it is
That's built-in overclocking,
with the 7980X,
which is like it's like a wet dream. It's not something you probably even tackle with a 32-core processor simply because there's too many cores to tune it reliably on your own. So PBO is built-in overclocking that AMD has. It's pretty well fleshed out, PBO too, very well fleshed out. And then you can even overclock it even more with PBO undervolting, which is a way of manipulating the algorithm into running even faster.
Increased by 26%, and we saw a 19% increase with the 7970X. So I can't say I recommend overclocking these workstation processors.
Oh, if you're playing games.
Okay, so something I want to talk about.
Overclocking would have been where you'd take a look at the game footage again.
Experience with the Threadripper 5000 series
and see if that actually made things better.
95WX, which
not server workloads.
It wasn't very good, but let me explain. I've been using Threadripper CPUs in my main PC for years now. In fact, it all started with the 1950X, which at the time was a godsend for editing videos. That CPU that was quickly replaced with the 2950X, which was even more impressive, offering slightly better performance while addressing the weak memory support of the 1950X, and best of all, was supported on the same X399 motherboards, so that made for a quick, easy, and cost-effective upgrade. I skipped the 24 and 32 core models of the Threadripper 2000 series, as the janky 4CCD design didn't work that well, so I wasn't impressed with the 2970WX or 2990WX. After that, Tim and myself migrated to the 3970X for our editing PCs, and again, the experience here was excellent.
That's when I started using AMD in my main desktop again, was with the 3900X, and then the 5900X, now the 7950X3D.
By moving the 3000 series to the TRX.
And for a little bit there, I had
and it gets even worse because the 3000 series were the only CPU series to work with TRX 40 boards.
1300K.
Still, it was also nice to finally move to 32 cores without having to deal with the janky core configurations of the previous generation. The 3000 series did also offer a 64-core model, but at $4,000 US each, we weren't able to wrangle one of those for our editing PCs. Then there was the Threadripper 5000 series. A
lot of money to drop on a business expense
again required
for just a PC.
And were no way
I guess you can review them though.
Before them. That means if you invested big money in a TRX 40 board, which you almost certainly would have, you needed to do it all over again with a WRX 80 board to support 5000 series processors. Still, when I first got my hands on the 5995WX, I was blown away by the performance. Sure, it cost $6,500 US, but for work, the 64-core monster was worth it, or at least I thought it was. I'll try to make this story as brief as possible as it spans over 12 months of troubleshooting. Initially though, all went well. I was using the MSI WS WRX80 motherboard, and that was the same motherboard I used to review, the 5995WX. For roughly 6 months, all was well. It was a dream to use for editing our videos, with encoding performance that was blistering
Everyone loves the story.
But then it all slowly started to go a bit sideways. First, it was just the little stuff, but very annoying stuff. For example, the chipset fan would ramp up to max speed randomly. It would just do this over and over again, and there was no way of adjusting it.
You updated the drivers or the firmware.
A new fan that we could control via an...
One thing One thing tech people love doing is tweaking. I love tweaking. I fucking love tweaking. But when it comes to a production system and something you want just to work constantly, tweaking is basically your mortal enemy unless you are willing to expend the time on it. My guess is he updated firmware or something, or driver revision, chipset driver revision, and it just, yeah.
Onboard fan header. Then the
The board was
fans
going.
started doing basically the same thing, randomly spinning up to maximum speed. It was very
Got
unpleasant, very annoying, and again there was no fix.
Bad
so
board
we
too.
removed the fans. Shortly after that, though, MSI did swap the board out for a new model, and quite bizarrely, that board wouldn't post, and still doesn't to this day, using GeForce GPUs, forcing us to use Radeon, which was fine, as I was using a 6900 XT anyway.
There must be a feature
but
it
was
uses.
an issue further down the track when we started.
Maybe it doesn't support smart access memory properly, or the implementation slightly different with NVIDIA. So turning it off might have fixed it, but he probably maybe did that.
Note, before long, the fans were the least of our worries. The system started randomly crashing when using Premiere, which we initially.
Bad CPUs are very, very rare. I've only gotten one bad CPU, and weirdly enough, it was my 5900X.
That worked.
Actually, I've had two bad CPUs. Another one I had critically fail, in which it had like a thermal overload, I guess you could say. Basically, a chunk of the CPU turned into molten metal and shot out the side. I watched it happen. It's like something shorted and turned it thermal, and it just, that was with the 3-core FX processor, like way back. Not FX, the generation before FX. That's like way back in the day, like 2013. So it critically failed in front of me. It just went and just saw it shoot out the side, and there's literally a chunk missing. I took a picture of it, just a chunk missing from the processor. 5900X slowly got more and more janky until it just stopped working properly. It wasn't stable at stock settings.
5995WX was not nearly as fast as when I first reviewed it, and after several fresh Windows installs and a lot of head scratching, we never worked out what was going on.
I wonder if PBO is broken with the 5000 series, because mine also went bad. And there's a couple people that are saying that they've had their 5000 series go bad. I wonder if the PBO is too aggressive and is actually starting
At the
to
time, I was working with both AMD and
ruin their
MSI
CPUs.
to solve the various issues we were facing, and we made no real progress. I also couldn't
Only
work
CPU
out
I've
why
ever
MSI had not issued a
made
single
was my
blast release
5900X.
since announcing the WS WRX80 motherboard. And after quizzing my local contact, we learnt that the WS WRX80 motherboard never even entered production. Apparently, demand was so low that MSI never bothered to make the board, beyond the handful of samples that was sent out to media. And I only learnt this about a year after using the board and trying to work out why none of the issues I'd been having had been addressed. So, having learnt that I was using an unsupported product, AMD agreed to swap out the 5995WX processor for a brand new one, just in case there was an issue with our CPU. And we also received the ASUS WRX80E Sage SE Wi-Fi motherboard, a WRX80 motherboard that was actually being manufactured and sold. So, a very long story short, and believe me, this is the very cut down version of this story. I got the new CPU and motherboard, installed them in our workstation, set it all up, and things seemed pretty good, though never quite as good as the 5995WX was originally. Performance was, I think it's fair to say, inconsistent. Sometimes encoding videos was really quick, while other times it took several times longer than it should have, and despite never crashing, it just didn't seem right. In the end, we had to give up on the 5995WX.
Once again, I wonder if he's using PBO and the PBO algorithm's kind of fucked up.
It was a huge disappointment. The solution was to build two 7950X 3D workstations, one for me and one for our video editor, and we've been using them for almost a year now, and the experience has been flawless.
But flawless for me too.
Over to the
Well, besides
we'll see how that goes,
manual
but
tweaking,
this has caused me to have
that's
some
my thing.
reservations in regards to AMD's Threadripper platform, especially if we were a paying customer. That said, this is by no means an AMD-only problem. It's more of an HEDT problem, but put simply, not enough people buy pro-grade hardware, and therefore support can be lacking, certainly when compared to the mainstream offerings. For example, years ago, I was using Intel HED processors, and it was often a bit of a mess with silly stuff like USB issues and then more serious stuff like crashing. That said though, the 5995WX experience has been one of my worst to date, if not my worst. So I guess my biggest issue with the Threadripper 7000 series so far is
I wonder if
limited
PBO has
compatibility.
issues.
Of course, with
Because as I mentioned
74,
before
we
with my
are moving to
5900X, it
Wi-Fi,
just slowly became
so it
more
makes
and
sense
less
that
and
there
less
be no
stable.
backwards
And I had to do
compatibility
things
with
like
price.
turn off, I personally had to turn off like energy saving features like where, what are they called? C-states. I had to turn off C-states. That helped initially. And then I had to start putting more voltage into it to keep it stable. Yeah. And then turn off some other energy saving features. That's right when I basically the summer is or the springtime is when I basically got a 3900K, and then I went to the 7950 X3D after deciding that I really like there was just an itch that I had to scratch with the X3D chips, and I'm glad I did. Even though I took a financial hit for doing so, it was worth, in my opinion, which is why I still will always recommend X3D chips to anyone buying new CPUs. Till Intel puts large caches on their processors, they just inherently just feel better. Putting aside that they actually perform better, they just feel better, and I don't have another way of describing that. And I went from a 3900K to a 7950 X3D, and like I said, there's all different sorts of price levels for them too. There's a 79 or the 5800 X3D if you're looking for like an older one, but it's still very good. A lot of people are very happy with theirs, and of course, then there's the 7800 X3D and the 7950 X3D. Do not buy the 7900 X3D; that's just a waste of money. And then there's also the 7600 X3D, which was kind of a weird part. I think there's benchmarks on that. I don't remember exactly where it felt, but I think you're just better off buying a 5800 X3D than that. So, yeah. Just weird issues with my 5900X, and that happened over the 2 years I owned the board until the springtime when it started getting really unstable.
Series of it.
And I think it's
You can't
PBO.
use
I'm
something
pretty
like
sure
a
it's PBO that did it.
7980X, for example, on a WRX80 motherboard. My concern rather is for future Threadripper releases. I don't expect that the 8000 series will work on TRX 50 boards, and AMD
Generation's
certainly
already
hasn't
old
made
enough
any
where it
such
doesn't really
claims.
matter.
So be aware of that. But as much as I hate how much of a mess Threadripper compatibility has become, it is less of an enthusiast platform now, and even these non-pro models are very much serious workstation CPUs. And really, it was always going to head in this direction, with mainstream parts such as the Ryzen 9 7950X now offering 16 cores and 32 threads for under $600 US. Truth be told, for most users, modern Ryzen 9 and Core i9 processors are more than powerful enough for most tasks.
I mean, from what I've seen in Starfields, cities, I bought a 16-core processor just because it had an 8-core X3D, and I was like, I'll put everything else onto the frequency cores, right? You know, I'll use the entire CPU only for gaming, and then throw everything else, everything in Windows, on the other cores, which works out pretty good. That's what I did with my 5900X. And it worked pretty good. In that case, I didn't throw it onto one chiplet. I threw it onto 4 cores that I use only for Windows and all the other garbage. I threw it onto 4 cores, and all my games would basically go onto 8 cores, which is like, oh my god, it's one of its chiplet, you know, or it's a CCD, and there's 6 cores on one CCD. It didn't matter. It was actually faster. It didn't matter because most games actually took advantage of 8 cores. But when I went to the 7950 X3D, I was like, you know, it's not going to matter. I'll just, whatever, it's not going to happen. But over the course of this last year, Riftbreaker has used all 16 of my cores. Like, it actually got faster when I uncorked it to 16 cores instead of just the X3D. Cities did. There's, like, certain games do. Cities did. Overwatch does not, which I played a shitload of Overwatch until my single-player phase recently. Cities got faster. Like, it literally can see it just literally taking my cores plus or minus 10% across cores, which is very good threading across all 16 of my cores. I have SMT off, by the way, if you're wondering why I only have 16 here. I have SMT off, but you can see it very linear across all my cores, and it's using about 70%, 75% of 230,000 people. Riftbreaker earlier this year, Cities, Starfield, especially prior to this patch, although the way it looks in the after the patch might be because the CPU utilization is just decreased. I'm not sure, but it definitely uses 16 cores. Starfield, Cyberpunk, but Cyberpunk not as well as the other games I mentioned, and after they did the SMT fix, it actually made it worse. It actually had better threading prior to the SMT fix if you used the SMT mod and you turned off hyperthreading. And after Cyberpunk did its little, CD Projekt Red did its little pokes, it just basically works better with hyperthreading on and uncorked the 16 cores, where it'll try and balance things a little bit better. But it works better with hyperthreading on, or SMT on in my case, which is weird because there's very few games that do, and I think that has a lot to do with them customly tuning Cyberpunk engine, and I don't think it worked out in their best interest. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that there are so many games that will actually use more than 8 cores now. And while in single-player experiences don't really matter, Overwatch is a really old engine, and I don't play Warzone, but I suspect Warzone is still very well threaded. and I don't do it, and like I don't play it. Do you need 500 FPS? Maybe. Depends on what kind of monitor you have. And even then, it just makes everything feel better, and hit registrations could be better. Everything in the engine will be better at higher FPS. That's why I never recommend people cap their FPS unless they have issues with, like, they can't handle the fluctuation in FPS. Some people can't. It just doesn't work. It gives them, like, it bugs them or makes them gives them headaches or something, where I don't mind it. And I play Overwatch just completely uncapped for the most part. But yeah, I'm very, very much surprised. I did not expect this to happen, and it's probably good. It's a good sign, because that means, well, 16 cores, 8, 12, and 16 cores probably are not something I would recommend to people. It actually matters in some cases, and that's pretty cool, to be perfectly honest.
Okay,
so, just say, oh, only 8 cores matters. All the mainstream processors are basically 8 cores, like a 7800X 3D. I think the 8 core is now the new minimum, and just based on what trends I've seen this year, we're actually going to start looking at more cores just being utilized, which is pretty good in my opinion. That's pretty cool.
And that leaves Threadripper.
But I've been using 12-core processors since the 3900X and 5900X, and then 7950X was the 16-core processor, and I didn't even think I'd use it. And if the 12-core 7900X 3D was all X3D cores, I probably would own that. But they didn't. They decided to make one 6-core die that's X3D and one that's not, which was really dumb. In my personal opinion, all the X3D chips should just all be X3D cores, and they didn't do that.
Get our hands on. Though it does cost a cool $6,700.
Really, they tried to do something asymmetrical, and
It's a
I don't think it worked very well.
processor that scores around 64,000 points in Cinebench R23, so slightly less than that of the old 5995WX.
The reason they talk about Cinebench, by the way, is a good baseline. It's not really something that matters that much for most people, but it's a good baseline for performance.
Have no competition. So if you're in need of a core-heavy processor and or require a lot of PCIe lanes, there's really no better alternative. Finally, we plan to replace one of our 7950X 3D editing PCs with the 7980X, so we'll be using that daily from this point forward, and I'll let you guys know how that works out. Fingers crossed it does much better than the 5995WX and is much more like my 3970X experience. And that is going to do it for
Like I said, it's kind of weird enough. When I was having issues with it, I read people having similar issues, and I think people were surmising PBO being the issue. I think is actually what's going on here. The built-in overclocking is not. It's too. It was too liberal. 7000 series obviously being just a completely different series, and they probably tuned it down. But even with the 7000 series, they had that weird issue with. What was it? The memory controller voltage earlier this year, but they tied that up pretty fast. So, yeah. Can't wait for them to be affordable in 10 years. Well, then you can buy something else that's going to be better in 10 years. That's the way technology works. Yeah. You wait for something to come down in price, that means there's something better that replaces it. Unless you're talking about used NVIDIA GPUs, in which case you can buy a 3080 for about $380, and, other GPUs don't really seem worth... And the comparative AMD GPU for a similar price doesn't seem all that lucrative to buy like a 4070 now. So 4070. Or like you started to highlight parts you're talking about in the table of blurring the rest. I don't like blurring the rest as much as just like putting a box around it, so you can actually see what the comparative points are without looking them up. Yeah. All right. Good. Let's move on here. Podcast check. Very expensive monitor. right, let's move on to some Starfield here, guys. Tonight, we're doing the Star of the Fields. And finishing up the storyline. Yes. Yes. All right. And this, as I mentioned before, guys, my streaming schedule is going to be wonky the next couple days due to family and Thanksgiving. Whether or not I stream or not, don't know, but probably. I don't know if it'll be the same time period or what's going on here. Today I thought I was going to move back a couple hours and it didn't happen, so remains to be seen. And probably going to be starting earlier, ending later. Excuse me, starting sooner, ending earlier. And see where that goes, guys. But whether or not, I might just not stream because I'll have to stay up all day on Thursday and probably fuck myself with my sleep schedule. Family and such, stuff and things. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out, guys. Grab a water, grab a soda. I will be right back. Enjoy the clapping. They're all clapping for you guys. Oh my god, guys, they're thanking you so much. Wow. Good job, guys. Good job. Yay. Go, chat. You're amazing. You're also encumbered. Boys away, guys. Alrighty. By the way, one of the best looking clothes item in the game, and you can't even purchase it. You can't even get it. It's from a mission. Oh my god, guys, they're so happy. Wow. Alright. We are. I don't think they ended the cloning process, by the way. The cloning program is still going for the UC. You guys didn't know that. Not enough manpower. Yeah, doing a dance. Yeah, Dancing, guys. We're dancing. Yeah.
Do you have anything to report?
What?
I believe congratulations are in order. With this decisive blow, the end of the Crimson Fleet is all but assured. But as much as I'd like to begin this celebration, technically we're still in the process of wrapping up the operation. On that note, Lieutenant, what do you have for me?
Reports are coming in right now, Commander. Delgado and Shinya Voss have been taken into custody. Also, we've transferred personnel to the Key to secure the location until the United Colonies decides what they want to do with the station.
And what about Neva Mora?
According to our reports, Neva led the strike force that attacked the Vigilance. Unfortunately, that was the last we saw of her.
Yep. And we killed her girlfriend.
To escape. We don't know her current whereabouts, but I have our operations team looking into it.
We haven't seen the last of her.
That's fine. Overall, excellent news, Lieutenant. I have to admit, for the first time in 7 years, I don't know what to say.
Thank you.
How about you?
Suck my dick.
I know that was difficult. You hanging in there? I certainly would have preferred to have reached a resolution.
I don't talk about my
regarding
feelings.
Her whereabouts. After all, she was the
I don't need
fleet's
therapy.
second in command.
You can talk about your feelings.
Just
I don't need to talk
watch
about
your
mine.
back. I'm fairly certain she's not going to simply forget what you've done to the Crimson Fleet.
And her
Let's not
girlfriend.
ruin the moment, Julian. I'm sure my friend here is feeling quite pleased. Am I correct?
Nothing here. Nothing here is like, fuck yeah. No, it's all, oh my god. The underlying guilt. Oh, the conscience is weighing down on me. And then there's, oh, I'm proud I did the right thing. Okay. Yeah, alright. Jesus Christ.
You should be. What you've done to serve the UC in this short amount of time is more than most people could hope to do in their entire lives.
If Mast isn't already printing up a batch of recruitment posters with your face on them, they should be.
I've twisted arms and cashed in some favors at Mast. I wanted to make sure you got a share of the money you recovered from the legacy. Call it a reward, a token of appreciation, whatever the hell you want. But you've absolutely earned every credit.
Eliminating the fleet is rewarding.
I mean,
But I will certainly not complain about the extra
what?
credits.
Why is she answering for me? This is why Hadrian's the best companion, guys. This is why we don't take Andrasia along with us. Why the fuck is Andrasia answering for me? The fuck is that? Oh my god. Good morning, T-Man. Why is Andrasia answering for me? As if she's in control of whatever I'm going to say next. What the fuck is that? Oh, buddy. And by the way, if there was an option, if Bethesda gave us an option, I 100% would have taken the credits for myself. Because fuck UC and fuck the pirates. Because pirates are assholes. And they're all assholes to me. And then UC's not really treating me any better. Yeah, just to do my duty. There's no option like, this is all I'm getting. Every single dialogue option, guys, in this game usually has a why am I not getting more credits, except for this one. There's no why am I not getting more credits. Yeah.
Don't thank me yet. If it had been completely up to me, you'd get a lot more than they're giving you.
I'd agree.
Now that you're rich and famous, maybe you'll still remember us little people, huh?
Decorum,
But
Lieutenant.
you want my money now, bitch?
I'm going to be really sorry to see you go.
Gold diggers are all coming at me, guys.
Important part of our team. It won't be
Gaff
the same
told me your
around here
backstory.
without you.
Although, if you feel like staying aboard, I'm sure I could give you access to the SysDef mission board. That is, if you can stand spending another minute with us on Vigilance.
Love you guys.
Excellent. I'm happy we haven't somehow frightened you away.
Heck. Oh, yeah?
Anyway, enough talk.
Big booty dance?
You've earned a
Good.
break, and I'm sure you wish to celebrate.
Make my chat
Here's
2
your
disco
promised
lights.
reward. Wherever you might
We're
find
busy
yourself,
getting fucked by both
my
pirates and
best
UC
wishes
right now.
travel with you.
And the dialogue, and Andrasia. Literally just riding my ass with her strap on. No.
Anything new to report?
Okay. I didn't actually look at my credits I just got. We do have to go and talk to SSNN, which I haven't. Saying something to me? There's another clone, by the way.
We did it.
Word is,
I had
you
a
pulled the rug
feeling
right out from under those
different from the
pirates.
moment we met.
Serves them right.
There's no science behind it. Just an
100%. There should have been a third option, which is you keep the credits and start your own empire and piss off both the UC and Space Pirates. Although I'm pretty sure the UC would get pissed off less than the Space Pirates. But there should have been a third option, which is just to keep the money for yourself. I don't know why there wasn't, but there wasn't.
Their remnants are still scattered
Morning,
across
Kobe.
the galaxy, including Nevermora. And beyond the Crimson Fleet, piracy will always be an issue, so long as ships traverse unregulated space. In other words, it's not time to retire just yet. There is still plenty of work to do.
And Neva's out there after we killed her girlfriend. Yeah, the one person that you don't want to be out there is the person that's out there right now. Yeah. Whoopsie.
I will likely take a moment for myself and drink to those we lost in this fight. If not for them, well, we would not have made it this far.
Tradition and duty.
This is their victory as much as it is ours. Still on hold until we can get the politics sorted. Some of the officials at MAST have brought up concerns about returning the legacy to a collective we were just at war with. And to be fair, their point is not without merit. Should we go to war, funds from the legacy could lead directly to the death of our soldiers. There
I'd
is
split
also
it.
talk that the legacy could be a bargaining chip in any future peace talks.
No,
Simply
they should have
handing
split it
over
between all three
could
sects
cost us
or all three
leverage. But regardless,
factions, even though
two
Varun's not
things
there.
will always be true. We will return the legacy to its rightful owners, and MAST will dictate the terms.
Okay, well, there's that.
Dismissed.
Just like with the vaccine, we should basically just split it 3 ways, you know, because
Finally over.
war's bad,
We
as
did
it turns out.
The commander seems happier.
Plenty of other ways to get ahead.
You to thank for that.
Yeah.
What can I do for you? MAST will have the ultimate say, but we've petitioned to have it refurbished for SysDef use.
Turn into a memorial.
First, we'll need to perform
Tourist
an audit
attraction.
of the key's overall condition. Most of the repairs done to the station weren't exactly up to standard. If the site is deemed not up to code, we're better off destroying it. That would also have political value, given the embarrassing history behind it. For now, we have a strike team dedicated to sweeping the area for explosives. Once they give the all clear, forensics will come in to gather
yeah?
evidence. After that's done,
Good.
then we'll start the audit of the station's condition. It's a process.
Well,
That's right. Since you're no longer undercover, You now have full access to our mission boards, just like other special agents.
Not just any soldier.
You've proven that time and time again. Lending your talents to these
Oh, she's
smaller
not going to
missions
crush my
is still a
ego and
good hope.
emasculate me? Oh, okay.
The person whose life you save might go on to help others. They may even end up on
Disappointed
the ship.
writers.
To that end, if you're in need of anything ship-wise, talk to me. I'll have our maintenance crew take a look. No more bartering for scraps at the depot. You'll have full access to the best the UC has to offer.
Yeah. We already have access to all the parts.
Certainly.
So
help you?
she's actually we buy parts from, I guess. Yeah, you guys got a thing going on in chat? Good.
We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Yeah, I guess she's just another shipyard. We already have access to all this basically at our home base. Yeah?
That shield upgrade we got on the Vigilance made a big difference in the battle.
Oh, we didn't even need to go help them, so there's that.
It's finally over. We did it.
Okay.
This was a victory for the entire solar system.
It's good to have you back.
We can't talk about personal things anymore? Okay.
We'll be here if you need us.
The landmarks. We have to go talk to SSNN. We still have Ryujin Industries, which we have not finished. We're going to go to the brig and see what's in the brig. Apparently there's some people to talk to. Good.
Your actions save countless lives. You should be proud of yourself.
We did the galaxy a huge favor by ending the fleet.
People are going to be talking about this day for a long time.
Yep.
You know, I had my doubts about you.
We're in, Paul. I'm doing pretty good.
Vanguard,
Good,
volunteer
good.
force, figured you for a tourist. But then I asked myself, as spectacular as I am, can I do what you do? And the answer was an emphatic no. See, I'm a great shooter, but a straight shooter. And that wasn't going to win.
Totally
this
not
war.
trying to schmaz you guys.
What we needed was someone standing on their side with a boomerang gun. We needed someone whose bullets curved.
Bullets don't curve, dumbass. What the fuck is that? Obviously, he's referring to the ability to backstab, but not really, because it'd be a front stab with a boomerang. That's a really poorly written voice. I mean, people are really awkward in real life, so that actually could be the case too.
Tell that to the pirates you shot in the face. Because if I didn't know any better, they thought you were pointing the gun at moi. Anyway, heard you talk to Ikande already. Bet he's
Mean that I
trying
backstab.
to pin the candy on your chest. But honestly, you deserve it.
By the way, as far as the UC storyline goes, this is like the only person that we actually had. This is the only person that we actually had like any sort of interpersonal relationship with, besides that really fort shit with Toft.
We sent those fleet pirates packing, didn't we?
Yeah.
The commander will probably
I know, Idowin. Kind of weird. And then Calvin came in with his
For now,
his whole spiel, which I just deleted.
A little R&R. You especially. Later, Gator.
Probably related to the paragraph that was typed in my chat, is what I'm guessing. Oh. Alright, well, let's see what's in the brig. Still deciding what I want to do about it.
really? Is there a reason for the harsh reprimand? As far as I know, I just tracked a little mud into the brig.
Soldier, have you ever heard of trenchfoot?
Can't say that I have, sir.
Well, they say guards on Suvorov would sometimes trudge through cold, frost-wet trenches on their daily patrols. Prolonged wetness led to circulation and nerve damage, aka
Frostbite?
trenchfoot.
Oh my god, guys.
Unable to perform, those guards were taken off duty, and security suffered. All because they didn't take the time to properly dry their feet. You see where I'm going with this, don't you?
I do. But if I may, I would argue that we're not on some frozen planet, sir.
But you tracked in mud from your last mission. You brought in any number of microbial life forms, known and unknown, into my brig. These are direct threats to the health and safety of this crew, and by extension, the security of this brig. On my brig, cleanliness is a duty, and I suggest you take this duty seriously. And if not, I will have the commander relieve you of it.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Congratulations on defeating the fleet. Now you can pass the baton to us here in the brig.
There we go.
Still can't believe you got
All right.
Delgado into the brig. Never thought I'd have the infamous Delgado in my brig. You must be one hell of a negotiator to have talked him down.
I know, we actually... So, Delgado we solved with +2 persuasion critical success. Like, he had like one option, which is to persuade him, or basically he's just going to kill himself or blow everyone up. And we had a persuasion chance. And I got... The first option was a +2 critical success, and then immediately solved it. He gave himself up. Yeah, just absolutely, like, normally I wouldn't expect there to ever be a persuasion chance with Delgado. He'd go down with the ship, right? Maybe he'd let me go, and maybe I'd be able to take Voss with me somehow. But he would go down with the ship, right? And he's instead in the brig. Fucking poor writing there. There's no way Delgado, like, if Delgado's a real person, he would have just decided to be captured. And then, what's her name is still out there.
So it's true. All my life I've been led to believe the guards on the lock were heroes. But there was part of me that always doubted the story. Even as a child learning about the history from the slates. Thank you for bringing me this. I get that Crix is about as unreliable a witness as they come, but I believe him. Delgado will likely stand trial to answer for his crimes. Given his record, I can't imagine he'll be standing for very long. I'm sure some of the others will interrogate. My job is to make sure none of them intimidate each other into staying quiet. Once we get planetside, we need to make sure the transport of these prisoners goes smoothly. The job's not truly done until their asses are parked in a maximum security prison. Really? I know you were headed to the key, but I didn't realize you'd actually get a chance to visit the lock. I almost respect the fleet for doing that. They're trying to pass down their history, or their version of it anyway. I respect the principle of teaching one's history. It makes me think Delgado wants the fleet to be more than just space pirates. When you connect the past with the future, you're trying to create a culture, a through line between you and Jasper Crix. Incredible. I think it's sysdef We all feel that weight every time we wear the uniform. But to be there...
Dialogue options are all really awkward.
Can't imagine.
I'm basically trying to pick the least awkward that somewhat aligns with what I'd say.
What were the conditions like?
It's not really like Cyberpunk.
Truth be told, my ancestor was a guard on Suvorov.
The texture flashing, not a fan. I'm not sure if that's my mods or the new patch, but it started happening after the patch.
And whether the history books told the whole story. And coupled with Crix's testimony, it paints a damning picture. The fleet and the UC are intertwined, and I've always felt knowing that past is an important part of what we do. In life, history can be a guide, a warning, or at times, a reflection. And if you want to know which one it is, you have to stare it in the face, regardless of how ugly it is.
Relatively well-written character. I don't know why we have another option here.
Because it isn't just any history. It's my family's. If you open up a history slate and look up the name Garo Petrosian, you'll find a hero decorated in medals. Medals he earned for escaping the riots on Suvorov. It's been almost a century, so that doesn't surprise me. But in some circles, it carries weight. The thing is, even as my family rode the coattails of our name, I always felt like something wasn't right about the story. And it always came back to that day in the yard, playing games with my brother. It's the only memory I have of my great-grandfather that sticks.
Maybe misremembering. Childhood memories aren't that reliable. What the fuck is that when someone's telling you about their life? Just like, actually, you know, you could actually just be It's actually true. I mean, childhood memories are extremely unreliable. But putting that aside, when someone's telling you about their history, you don't go, so actually, you're probably wrong about this. You're like, oh, you know, whatever. And then you decide, basically, after someone tells you a story, you decide how much bullshit it is after the fact, right? And maybe talk about it with other people, but generally not something you tell right to the person that's telling the story. And obviously, there's some people that are very, very liberal with the truth when they storytell, right? That's kind of goes with the territory of storytelling. But...
You have permission to speak. I suggest you use it.
Suck my dick. Permission to listen to me.
It was about a week before he passed. Me and my brother had the house to ourselves and were playing a game we called Prisoner's Run. It was a simple game. We drew a line in the dirt, and the object was for the guard to keep the prisoner from crossing it. But on that day, my brother came to the yard with an added surprise. He found a chest in the attic, filled with goodies. A baton, a uniform, and a medal to serve as prize for the winner.
And then he beat you into your life while trying to put you down like a guard? Oh, okay. No, this didn't actually turn into kind of a horror story about respecting authority. Oh, okay. Just a normal story.
Most likely. But given how unceremonious the boxes were, how could we have known? But when our family returned, I knew something was wrong. My great-grandfather didn't say a word, but behind his eyes I could see it. The shame. No one said anything to either of us. But the next day, the uniform and the medal were gone. At the time, I never understood why he kept those things buried in the attic. Now, it all seems so clear. I appreciate the kind words. I suppose that's the lesson I need to take from this, even though right now, it's hard to feel anything but shame. Either way, thanks for talking this through with me. I don't know if I'll ever know what really happened on Suvorov, but at least now, I have something beyond the family myth.
Correcting authority when it goes terribly wrong.
Reclaiming the key was a long time
Oh.
coming. Now that the fleet's done, I wonder where Max will send the Vigilance next. There's a lot of bad apples out there.
We'll be talking about this battle in the history slates.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
There you are. I was wondering when you'd visit. Should give us a little time to catch up.
Yeah.
Well, of course, what choice do I have? Thanks to my own stupidity, my second chance.
This is the guy on the liner.
Is long gone.
Not sure why. He's like, it wasn't really a pirate.
The hopes I had to return to that life will have fully disappeared. Yes, well, apparently that's off the table as well. Trident tends to shy away from rehiring convicted felons. Well, anyway, glad you popped by to say hello. Now, if you wouldn't mind letting an old man get his rest, I'd appreciate it. So you're saying I should be happy that you took me out of the line of fire? I have to confess, I never thought of it that way.
Grateful you didn't die.
The last thing I intended to do with my life was go out in a blaze of glory on Neva or Delgado's behalf. But at the same time, my freedom's gone, so I'm not exactly popping the cap off the vodka bottle and celebrating either. Oh yes, quite aggressively. The illegal team will very likely grind me into the dirt, and there isn't much I can do about it. The amusing thing is, I don't even think they care very much that the heist went down on their ship. That's a given risk for them. I think they're more embarrassed I was able to gain the position as captain of the Siren under false pretenses in the first place. After getting set up on the key, I traveled to a few settlements to find a base of operations. I was looking for a place that would allow me to pick up information about juicy shipments.
Talks really slow.
I stopped at Gagarin. Sysdef was on the ground waiting for me instead of that contact I was expecting to meet. Your friend Toft really pulled the wool over my eyes. I wouldn't mind a visit from time to time.
Casualties, thanks to you.
It looks like we actually missed, so there's no one in cell 1, which probably means we missed someone. Who do you think was supposed to be in cell 1? Is there 20 cells here? Yeah, I think we missed someone. Someone's dead. Well, we missed this. We missed a piece of intel. So each one of these people is a piece of intel, I'm pretty sure. We had 20 pieces of intel. So maybe not 20, maybe 18. Hey, buddy.
Well, this is a surprise.
I know.
I have to say I did not see this coming. And I pride myself on being able to spot a liar.
I understand if you're upset. Why am I understanding of her?
You make it sound like I'm guilty of a crime. I've always been careful when it comes to my business. So don't be surprised when your case falls apart.
Okay. Except for the part where I'm literally part of it.
And yet here you are, trying to, what, entice me to confess?
Feel less guilty.
Look, I don't know if you're here to get a rise out of me, but it won't work. I'll tell you the same thing I told your commander. I'm innocent, and I welcome the opportunity to prove it.
I could say the same thing I did to the other guy.
No, you did yourself a favor. Let's not pretend we're friends.
Huh?
But you're wrong if you think I have ties to the fleet. That would be self-incrimination. No, you did yourself a favor. But you're wrong if you think...
Not sure why it's highlighted as white.
Thanks to you, probably in some interrogation room back on New Atlantis. But they've been with me from the beginning. Good luck getting any of them to talk.
Yeah?
The New Atlantis spaceport. The swarm was surrounded the moment we touched down. Given all the heat around SY-920, I thought it best to land under an alias, but SysDef was already wise to the name change. Hope Neva finds you.
She's probably going to. But we'll deal with that when the time comes. I also killed your girlfriend. Hey, buddy.
Well, look who it is. Come down here to gloat?
Estelle. Estelle, I think, is from Neon?
Well, why not? You should take pride in your job. After all, you have to make sure that the notorious Crimson Fleet captain from Neon gets roasted alive by a UC adjudication committee, right? Hey, maybe you should sell tickets to the little zoo you created on the ship. Then everyone can point and stare.
Kind of what it feels like.
Oh, drop the act, will you? Back on Neon, you pretended to give a shit about me. You could have ratted me out to bay you,
oh,
but you didn't.
She's the one that fucked me 4 times.
Morning, you yanked the rug right out from underneath.
Ah, yes, I remember.
Stringing me along like this is some kind of sick.
She's the one that asked me for credits at the end. Yeah, no, she's the one that fucked me 4 times. How did she fuck me? At the end, it was 4 times. The last one was because she got her position was compromised with Benjamin Bayou, so she left. She didn't go to the club meeting at the end in the Neon Club. She didn't go to the Astro Lounge to meet me, but she didn't tell me, and then I had to meet Bayou, and then basically get a warrant on my head, but then I didn't throw her under the bus, and then she asked for credits afterwards. Yeah, then she asked for credits when this was all said and done. She fucked me 4 different times, and apparently I just kept taking it in the ass, and the writers decided it was a good idea to do so. What was the first 2? There's 2 things at the beginning that also went wrong. Oh, I don't remember, but yeah, I definitely do not feel sorry for this chick. Let's
get a move on.
That was like
here.
2 days ago. That was pretty horrible. Sorry you feel that way.
Well, you thought wrong. Let's just cut to the chase, all right? If you want to come down here and ask me stupid questions, I can't stop you. But that doesn't mean we have to be friends. And that damn well doesn't mean I have to like it.
Let's see what she says.
Are you out of your mind? I make my own choices, thank you very much. I don't need to be rescued by you.
Well, I did rescue you.
Let's face it, the only favors you've done are for yourself.
And rescued you. Damsel in distress, that's you. I remember the first 2 times. It definitely was stacking up, though. It's the 4th. It wasn't just the 3rd. It was the 4th time when she asked me for money at the end.
Oh, I'd bet you'd love to know. I got a good chunk of Generdyne's database before Bayou's goons ripped it out of the system. As far as what happened to it, there's no way I'm gonna tell you. Or anyone else at SysDef. Maybe I'll keep that little nest egg for the bargaining table at my sentencing. Maybe not. Hope that drives you crazy.
I didn't step foot on that station, but the person who
Yeah,
did is right
sure. Why not? Not like I'm needed anywhere else right now. I was drinking in Euphorica, and Micah warned me that UC security was scouring the city asking about me. I knew sneaking to my ship would be impossible, so I did the best I could to find somewhere to hide. Unfortunately, wasn't good enough. SysDef caught me in a sleep crate and dragged me to the Vigilance.
Yep.
What? You're not gonna stay and grill me some more?
Talk to you later. Someone turned your lights off for some reason. Fix. Not sure why you don't have lights here, man. Looks like he has a window. Over bars? Maybe. Buddy.
Back to gawk at the creatures in the cages?
Oh, this is the guy that we basically saved from the medical ship we were supposed to kill early on.
Fleet. They talk about family, but it's just a bunch of crap.
5, no one's in it. 11? Oh, I guess we didn't save everyone. Fuck's Delgado.
Finally, I've been waiting to speak to you.
Huh.
From our last encounter on Neon, I could tell you fancied yourself as a bit of a businessman, right? Well, I don't want to waste any time with small talk. Let's make a deal so I can get out of here.
Who is Komiko?
If you have experience in the corporate sector, then you know how to adapt. I find myself in this unfortunate situation, thanks to a terrible misunderstanding. That little conversation on your evidence recording, the one where I'm speaking to Estelle Vincent about funneling electrical components, that was part of a sting operation to discover how the Crimson Fleet had been siphoning goods from Generdyne's warehouses. Much like you've been working undercover, I've been doing the same. Ironically, we've been investigating the fleet from opposite sides at the same time.
Is FC?
Well, I was trying to keep a low profile. I didn't want to tip off Estelle, so my operation was deep undercover. Very deep. So much so that there's no other personnel at Generdyne, nor a paper trail that can corroborate what I'm saying. Being in a similar situation, I'm sure you understand the value of keeping the operation quiet.
Fuck is Komiko? I gotta fucking look. Oh, she was the second in command at Generdyne. Ah.
Hello? You going to say something?
Yeah, and she had like some weird ass fucking... she was fucking Benjamin Bayou, and then at the same time she had this weird lesbian relationship with Micah, who apparently put up with her basically hate fucking the guy that she wanted to get back at, but never really got back at. It was fucking weird. Yeah. So she was supposed to be... Oh, the wiki. Luckily enough, the wiki tells you her sexuality. That's good. Sexual orientation. Ah. So she's investigating this. She isn't FC. She's Generdyne, I guess.
I appreciate your patience. So here's what I'm proposing. You spring me from the cell, sneak me off the vigilance, and then take me to New Atlantis. In return, I'll give you my access card to a safety deposit box filled with millions of credits. Consider it compensation for trusting me.
I mean, I betrayed SysDef, or I betrayed the pirates for SysDef, and she is much less than pirates are.
Listen, I'm stuck in this situation with no means to prove my innocence, thanks to you. The evidence on that recording means the UC will convict me, and I'll be sent to prison for a long time. I have no other choice but to run until I can find a way out of this mess. Damn it! I almost had you, didn't I? Must be losing my touch. Oh well.
You can touch me in other ways.
I have friends in high places.
Oh yeah?
I might be
We're going for a second turn?
right now, but I'll be getting out of here one way or another.
Yeah.
And when I do, I'm going
Wonder if you can actually try to sneak her out.
to making yours miserable.
Yeah?
How's that for a deal?
I give her a little spiel about the
Get the hell away
wanted.
from me. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
What? So the one case in which I can use, you know, I have a wanted trait, right? Where basically I've been hunted this entire playthrough, where I could say I've been hunted my entire life. Fuck you, right? No option to say so.
Why are we talking again? There's no deal. There never was, idiot. I told you that we're done talking, so get the hell away from me. No, no. Get away from me. You brought me nothing but bad luck. Why are we talking again? There's no deal. There never was, idiot.
Yeah, clone number 222. Yep. Hey, buddy.
Proud of yourself.
This is a guy from Starliner that we don't actually give a shit about.
Salutations. I assume you're here to commemorate my terrible misfortune? Ah, yes, the infamous evidence that you procured. Bravo, detective. Allow me to congratulate you on your sleuthing skills. That recording was quite a find. I must admit that I was short-sighted when it came to Ms. Swift's ingenuity. I shall not make that same mistake twice. Excellent. Excellent. Well, as much as I detest being the bearer of bad news, I have to disclose that you're wasting your time. You see, this imprisonment is merely an insignificant hindrance. I don't foresee being incarcerated in perpetuity. In fact, I would wager that my legal team will have my release expedited within the month. I only had the time to explain the wondrous loopholes of the UC's justice system. Do you honestly think that I'd embark on an endeavor with Miss Swift and Mr. Vera without a legal exit strategy at my disposal? I can assure you, I won't be imprisoned aboard the Vigilance for an inordinately extended period of time. Indeed. Due to your actions, my tenure with Galbank has been terminated, and several million credits in fines are being levied against me. The day is yours, Agent. You should be proud. You're quite welcome. Well, enough idle
That hurts.
banter.
When someone's giving you a fake compliment, forcing them to double down on it makes them hurt more, by the way. So you win at that.
Interaction has been quite pleasurable. Do feel free to stop by and gloat at any time. Good day.
Day. I'm trying to find all the people we can fill in the cells. Delgado isn't here. We definitely saved Delgado. He gave himself up. People even said they gave himself up. On here, maybe you have to come back. We definitely did not save. Kemp. We saw Kemp Shep and I blew him up. No idea where Delgado is. Delgado's supposed to be here. Adler Kemp. That's Dubrowski. I have more than 4 empty cells. We have 1.
I would have loved to see the look on those
2.
pirates' faces when they found out you were working for us.
5, 6. One's supposed to have Delgado in it, and we do not have him. This might be buggy. Need to reload for them to show up. Let's actually just leave the station and come back in. Sometimes you need to go through
Some of the crew had doubts about you.
load windows. It's leaving. Leaving! I don't know where it's going. We may not be able to see it again.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Howdy.
Oh, no one knew. And the constant's still broken for some reason.
We sent those fleet pirate packages.
Target space station. The key. Why are we at the key? Oh, they were at the key. Oh. Yeah, we might actually have to leave the area. The game needs time to... recombobulate. Okay. Let's see. What do we have for missions? We basically have Rugin Industries, which we have not done. Oh. We still have to collect the rewards. Broken. Yeah, it thinks it's around Porima. It's not. If we go back here, I don't know if we are still going to get arrested, because Benjamin Mayu hates us now. A shitload of stuff to sell, though. If we're going to have to revisit the prison, I think.
You know, I tried Aurora once. I did not enjoy the experience.
Fire.
Making things harder for yourself.
Yeah?
Ah, Neon.
You're under
Instant
arrest.
sensory
No set of
overload.
moves.
Delivered what was by all accounts a passionate and moving sermon on greed and the responsibility of man. A small gathering of Sanctum Universum faithful.
Why do I always get the dumb?
But some
No, I will not help you hurt.
frustration.
Okay. Let's try that again. Maybe I can go pay off my bounty first. I don't even know. 12,000 credit bounty? Actually, it's less than that. Take a look here. Sometimes it lets you pay off your bounty, sometimes it doesn't. It gets kind of weird. Here. See how janky the outpost is today. Good.
If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
Very laggy. And 10,000 credits. We have to go to Hila, maybe? Might just get arrested here, too. I mean, it would make a lot of sense if we're just basically banned from Neon at this point, but... The whole reason I want to do this is so I can sell shit, too. Oh, the leg, though. Yeah.
Greetings, Captain.
What happens? Let's see. We got some nice weapons yesterday. Magstorm, but just a modified. Alright, let's see if we get arrested. That's not a good sign. What? 11-8. On the main menus, it shows you even more save files, usually. Not? I might have to reload my game. But we should do that just to make sure we don't get some weird shit going on here. Good. Save files, guys, for this game are absolutely huge. Better. Good. Arrest me?
Ranger? I know Aquila City rather well. Perhaps better than I would like.
That mean?
might want to do your business. I get all kinds. Here.
Oh. Hit to sell, Orion, Kodama. We already modified shit yesterday too. Might as well while we're here.
Outlaw, I don't do payment plans.
No idea what's wrong with your outfit, by the way.
Okay.
A couple people are like that. So, go in reverse. I don't know where we're supposed to go to clear my bounty. Freestar Collective bounty.
Oh, looks like we got another off-worlder.
Here, bitch.
The rock is surprisingly well fortified. The early settlers here were quite practical.
Was it a UC bounty? I'm pretty sure it's an FC bounty, wasn't it? Neon is technically an FC space.
You do not want to go outside the city walls. The Ashta will rip you apart.
Next to the bounty terminal.
I am sure the ship could use some repairs after all your travels.
Fortunately, local regulations prevent us from offering this service within Freestar Collective space. Contact Freestar Collective authorities. We are in Freestar Collective space.
You would think that deadly predators would have driven off settlers. Humans. We can be so stubborn.
You don't. If I get called on one more drunk and disorderly.
Rock might have some work for someone like you.
I know your type. The freewheeling space ace. Must be nice.
Yeah? Because Neon's technically kind of like its own sovereign thing, but it's not really. And obviously I have kind of a weird bounty.
Bank robbery sounded intense.
Hello.
These Rangers are some hard-blooded folk. They ain't afraid of anything.
Something you need from me?
Excuse me.
You see any heat leeches?
Be
We got our
safe out
permission
there.
to take care.
Keep up the good work.
Things are dangerous, apparently.
Well, hey there.
I help the Rangers with stuff, but I really can't talk about it.
Helga says I spend too much time at my terminal.
Maybe we go to Neon, I guess? I don't actually... It actually showed you your bounties here.
She's probably... Right.
We could try Neon. I don't think they're part of Neon. I think we have to go to... Or not Neon, Atlantis. Try again.
Neon security! Stop immediately!
Stop running if you know what's good for you!
Okay.
Don't be stupid! Stop! Now!
Neon security!
Neon security! You're under arrest! You know, after conducting a thorough search, I'm surprised I didn't find any contraband. At all. But I still need to take you to the station to be processed.
Will that take all my guns? Okay.
This better be good.
Pretty big bounty. Noxes kind of suck. They're all,
Ever wonder how the Crimson Fleet seems to be everywhere? It's because they have little outposts everywhere. There were so many facilities abandoned after the colony war, the pirates used them as forward operating bases, all over the settled systems.
might just catch me because Andrasia's here. I think we have to leave her outside when we do this. No, she's invisible, it doesn't matter. Kind of weird, but that's the way it goes. Up the large number first. It didn't collect any stolen items. Okay. Cargo. Got free contraband. Okay. There's actually anyone in there. Like, no way for me to do this. Okay. And there's nothing in here. Good.
All right, what is it?
Let's see.
Back off. That's an order, not a suggestion.
Okay. Yeah, they're pre-workout.
Had myself a proper shower last night with hot water. Clean and everything.
Freeze! Neon security!
Ah, good. I think he actually turned around.
Had myself a proper shower last night with hot water. Clean and everything.
Yeah, he just turned around. Literally right then he turned around. The manipulation wore off.
Had myself a proper shower last night with hot water. Clean and everything.
Yeah, good.
You're in the Vanguard, right? Hey, thanks for your service.
No problem.
Yeah, Vogel's too. I used to be an actuary.
So?
Is there a type of weapon combat tech won't make?
I do not know about you, but I'm starting to suspect that Benjamin Bayou has a slightly inflated view of himself.
No way. No way. Good. Let's sell shit. Pretty good.
If you come on in, absolutely.
I think we went through all of this already. Maybe get rid of shit on the ship. I have too much. Way too much shit.
If it's too hot.
Our contraband and weird shit you know just got from the vendors. Good. Yep. Talking field. We're in a talking mood. We basically just got finished one of the biggest storylines in the game with a lot of fighting in it. So, yeah. Kinda, it goes through spurts. It doesn't just, it's not just all fighting all at once. It's not just everything else all at once. That uniform doesn't actually look that bad. I'm not against that either. It's not super horrible. There are a lot of good looking outfits in the game. This is actually pretty good, but we've used an A99 before and it wasn't really all that great. I tried multiple setups on it, just didn't do damage. Shots or something. Cheating field? How am I cheating? How am I cheating at the cheating field? Tell me. Tell me right now. Use your words. Explain. Explain yourself. Use a cheating field. You literally just use your words to explain it.
You done here? Time to move on.
Oh, chatting field. Oh, you got me.
Yeah.
The cheating field.
I've got more than you can handle.
Oh, from your mom. I think we're just gonna sell all this. Well, we can't sell armor to him. Ton of money.
All right. Sticks, how's this month looking?
There is legal question that Legion has some influence here in New York.
Hey there, friend. Need something? If you're looking for supply, best deals.
Sell. And out of money. Probably should pick up. We need to pick up lockpicks. We do. Not from here. There. We need to go farm lockpicks.
Tell everyone you know about our store.
Okay.
Check.
Heard you made Ranger. Nice job. Wouldn't expect too much help from local security. Nah, I'm the son of... There's a sort of... It's better forever. Later.
I already went and looted all this when we first showed up. It looks like some of the loot respawns. Not all of it. Like that jail cell, 100% responder. The neon security responded. Maybe it respawns every 2 days, like vendor loot does. Okay. Well, we're in neon now. Good. Yeah. I think Ryujin Industries is something we probably are going to do. Talk to Clover. I don't know what this is about. From earlier in the game. We haven't been back to Neon in forever. Mainly because it was boring as fuck and I got burned out.
Neon. Instant sensory overload.
Love it.
What?
Hi. I don't know what Cell Corp is, guys. Let's find out.
Something I can do for you, love. Clover McKenna at your service. We're a tech company that primarily specializes in mining operations. We handle everything from individual standalone units to fully engineered outpost systems. Basically,
Sounds like
if
the
it's
voice
made
actor
rock,
for Andrasia.
the gear choose it. Might not be as glamorous as some of the other corps in this building, but it pays the bills. Niall. Oh, he's the CEO of Kelp Corp. The whole blessed thing. If you asked him, he'd claim he started the company with next to nothing and built it into a megacorp in under 30 years. Truth is, he tends to forget the multi-million credit trust he tapped into as a crutch. But that's my father for you.
Doesn't mind shit talking your dad? Good.
Because my father has a ridiculous sense of humor, and I can't stand the name Clover. I mean, seriously, Clover? Our family's Irish, for God's sake. I don't think he could have possibly been more on the nose with that name. Ha ha, very funny, Dad. For now, but let's not mistake my position for what it really is. A test set out by my father. He's set to retire in a few years, and I'm his only next of kin. But I'm guessing he's not sure if I'm ready to take over the company. So he shuttles me out here for 2 reasons. 1, to flash a friendly face for our clients he flies out here as a perk. And 2, gets his firebrand of a daughter as far away from him as possible. He's a real piece of work.
I mean, makes a lot of sense, actually.
You'd be willing to help out. That's awfully kind of you.
I don't know who this is.
Just because I work for a megacorp doesn't mean I don't have a heart.
I don't remember this.
Saburo, Mr. Okadigbo, he's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, especially in this city. He really needs help, but he's too proud to accept any money from me. Maybe he'd listen to someone like you? That is a rather personal question, and I would prefer we kept things professional, if you don't mind.
Okay. But you want me to do personal things for you? Alrighty.
Oh, that'd be splendid. Just amazing. If you can get his debt off my conscience, I'd be grateful. It's been on my mind so much I've been keeping a diary. And don't worry about payment. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. McKenna always keeps that promise.
Okay. Find Clover's diary. Let's see.
When he opened the shop, he outfitted it with equipment from our company. Spent a bundle of cash he didn't have. Obviously business hasn't been going well, because he's fallen way behind on his payments. Opening a mining business on a world almost entirely covered in ocean probably wasn't the most savvy of business plans.
Yeah.
I suppose he intended to cater to travelers that were passing through our system.
This is the guy that owns the mining shop in Neon.
Backfired. A poor man. Tough city. You watch yourself out there.
Ah, find her diary, which I'm sure is completely unrelated to, yeah, we're trying to help out here. Obviously a lover.
What? I'm glad I ended up at Keltcorp. Miss McKenna treats her employees like family.
Okay.
I'm wondering what that smell is. It's neon.
Are you supposed to be here? I don't know,
Yeah.
but I gotta get out of here. It's been non-stop interruptions since this morning, and I'm not spending another break like this.
Not giving me any waypoints. Okay. Quests.
Hey.
If you'll excuse me, I have a deadline to meet.
Okay. Tell Subaru about Clover's feelings. Okay.
You didn't hear this.
I guess we're being a matchmaker right now? Good.
Scram, I'm on duty.
Clearly the intent is to get us into the Astral Lounge. Shall we follow the signs?
Oh, she wants to go. Wants to go, guys. Buddy.
So glad. Don't forget, we sell all types of raw materials as well. Oh, she did. Miss McKenna is very kind, but I cannot accept. It is my responsibility to pay the loan. If I cannot, then what happens, happens. Really? Let me take a look. Oh, I did not know she felt this way. She is always so professional.
Wow, chicka wow
I thought
wow.
she did not like me. That is why I have sent proxies to negotiate my debt.
Uh-huh.
And I like her.
Ooh.
Oh, that came out wrong. What I meant to say was, I respect her business acumen.
Oh, yeah?
Look at me. My palms are sweating.
Huh.
Regardless, you have done me a
She's
service,
treating you like a
and for
prostitute,
that,
dude.
Thank you. You can
Don't
tell
be
Miss
used that way.
I mean, Chloe, that I accept her offer.
Because if the relationship was reversed right here, it'd actually seem really weird, wouldn't it? If he was a chick and if she was a guy.
I do have feelings for her, and maybe now I will have the courage to tell her. I know they say never to mix business with pleasure, but there are always exceptions.
What?
Farewell, my friend. And tell everyone we have plenty of mining supplies in stock.
I
I've
mean,
met you in a while. You think the city got them all?
no. I'm surprised we don't have occasional Demogorgon transformations. Alright, now what? Why don't we go talk to her? Be an errand boy for love letters and loan repayment.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ah, they know. They know I'm the one that took down the Crimson Fleet guys. Wow. Yeah, we have not seen the last of... what's her name? I'm sure we're going to find that.
Lovely day for it.
We probably should actually go and wait. Well, we're going to do that when I farm some lockpicks.
That's fantastic. I was worried he'd take it the wrong way, so I'm glad you were able to convince him.
Uh-huh.
I'll arrange for the funds to be transferred immediately. Hopefully Father will forgive the late fees. And if he doesn't, I can always reimburse them when he retires. In any case, thank you. And here, for your efforts.
Very expensive relationship. Yeah, well, yeah, we just did that. Location ECS constant is broken. We're gonna go farm some lockpicks before we actually do real missions here. All of our missions are drying up, guys. It's almost like we completed the game. There, by the way, there's a shitload of missions. I do not doubt there's missions we're missing. Ballo is where lockpick place was. Here? Salvage. Yep. Off we go.
It is impossible to imagine what this looked like before the colony war. What a waste.
Not really. Your planet looked like before you all turned into cultists. Question. Alright, to the lockpick farm. Farm some lockpicks, guys. What are you buying? What are you selling?
Finest supplies on the planet. All legal.
By the way, this is where you farm lockpicks, in case you guys are curious. Always is a bunch, and then you sit here and you wait. Farm some more, And the weight, we're going to farm 50 up. Okay, I need to take a piss, guys. I will be right back. I'm going to grab some more water, too. 1 second. You're back. Nope.
What can I do for you?
No better selection.
It is good that something of value can come from those old mechs.
Get water. Well.
In need of materials? Here's what I've got.
By the way, you don't find this place until after you do the UC storyline. The main one, not the pirate one. Find it at some point during that. Good. Alright.
Get you something? Here's what I've got.
Fix.
And just what is on?
Yep.
your mind at this moment?
Get you something? All legal, I swear.
Mm-hmm. Fix. And we wait again. Probably the best way to get lockpicks, by the way. I think the key also, one of the people on the key had a shitload of them too. That caught me off guard. I don't remember which vendor it was, and obviously the key's decimated at this point, but that still exists.
Finest supplies on the planet. Here's what I've got.
Right. Sadly, this takes a while. Digit picks we got, guys. 44. One or two more. Do 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 do.
What can I do for you? Here's what I've got.
I think we're good. Alrighty. So, the quest line with what's her name from the Crimson Fleet might butt us in the ass at some point here. I assume they might be leaving that open for a DLC if there isn't a quest for that yet. This, I believe this is rewards. Oh, we have to talk to SSNN too. We gotta do that, guys. Good. And talk about all of our exploits.
The city certainly projects a powerful image for the United Colonies, eh?
Hey? Oh.
Well, well, if it isn't the United Colony's newest Class 1 citizen.
Yeah.
You've made quite a name for yourself in New Atlantis. In fact, the higher-ups want to thank you for your dedicated service by giving you one of the nicest pieces of real estate in the city. It's a premium penthouse at the top of Mercury Tower. Best location in New Atlantis, in my professional opinion.
What do you say? It'll just take a second to get you registered as the owner.
Great! You're in for a real treat. It's one of my favorite apartments in the city.
Okay, you're all set. Your new home's located in Mercury Tower in the residential district. You'll love the place. It has a gorgeous floor plan and an unbeatable view of the city. Now that you're an owner, I'm sure I'll be seeing you around town.
Okay. Building materials added to your ship's cargo hold. What? Alright. I have to go do this, which I still haven't done forever. I don't know if we've done it the entire time I played this game. I don't think we've ever visited SSNN after the beginning when we first pick up the quest. Good. I take a quick pit stop, guys, to dump some trash.
I'm afraid, due to recent legislative action,
stop talking. Stop
I
talking.
Can, however, deal in general goods. Welcome to UC Distribution. I hope we have what.
All the garbage. I have 5 million of. No.
You're always welcome back, if you don't mind a bit of a wait.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Bobby mentioned he met you.
You know, I never stopped at SSNN, and it occurred to me that the little broadcast towers probably changed based on the stories you've told here. And I haven't done it the entire game.
Nice.
But it,
you have another story for me?
uh...
What a sordid mess. We've got some other sources we've been interviewing, but I'd love to get your take on the record. So there was a mercenary company, the First, and they were involved in taking farmlands from Freestar Collective.
As the FCE quest line.
Extortion, death threats, murder, all of it. Is that right? Not going to say. I will never, ever give up my source.
Sure.
If anybody asks about you, they get the same answer. I genuinely don't know how people like that can live with themselves. So all of that? Terrible. But Ron Hope, the Ron Hope, was involved with it at the highest level. All of that suffering was a plot to save Hope Tech from going under using the side effects of a fertilizer he developed. Let me be blunt. The other sources say you killed Ron Hope. Is that correct?
Yep.
I can't imagine him getting away with that. After
Money.
all of that, the future
Lots
of
of money.
Tech is an open
Really makes you
question.
wonder what people get away with in real
Stock
life.
has already
Like
taken a
not
beating.
like money is
sure
something
if
that's
it's
been
going to
around
go
for
into free fall.
millions of
Any
years,
comment?
not millions, thousands of years. Yeah, currency's been around for a really long time. Bribing and paying people off has been around for a really long time. This isn't something that's new to sci-fi.
For what it's worth, I'm rooting for them too. Thanks. If you listen to the news, you'll definitely hear this.
This is
and,
stuff.
maybe try not to ice any more CEOs. Just a thought.
By the way, if this was Cyberpunk, what they would do is have her phone you after she gets a tip after you finish a mission and then they would implement it in the game. It's not something where you have to come back here, because I've spent the entire game, never came back here. So then it shows up at the towers right after you finish the quests. It'll start showing up at the towers where you'll hear about it all throughout the systems, right? But we didn't, because we never visited this place.
If you have a new story for me, I'm very happy to pay your fee. Really? To say you have my undivided attention.
This was
is
the
an
primary UC
understatement.
storyline?
A lot of people were there. The accounts we've got were chaotic. What was your role in that? Wait. I heard someone from Constellation was involved. That was you?
Glory whoring.
This is great. Like, embarrassingly important award-winning great.
Yeah.
The whole city is still on edge over the attack. We were fortunate, damn fortunate, that casualties were so low. What was it like in the thick of things?
Focused on protecting the civilians and staying alive. I didn't have time to think.
You never know quite how precious life is, until it's under threat. It sounds like New Atlantis, heck, the whole UC, owes you a great debt. Any closing comments? I already have a good story here. That's a mouthful. A thankful you guys are around mouthful. Hey, Constellation?
I'll give you a...
From all
Wait,
of us
what?
that live here. Thanks. We use the word hero
What?
a lot in news. But you really are one.
Yep.
You have that look in your eye. What's the scoop?
Bank robbery. Kila City was kind of disappointing in and of itself. It kind of felt like like they spent majority of their time on UC and then they were doing the FC and then they kind of ran out of time.
You certainly get around. I'm surprised that branch has any customers left, the number of times it's been held up. But I thought the Rangers had finally managed to get a handle on it. I heard there was a standoff. That true?
FDI insured, guys. FDIC insured. So even if the bank goes under, it's insured up to, I think, like $200,000 or something like that. FDIC insurance. So you go to a bank instead of a credit union, for the most part. Although I think credit unions have their own version of it.
I'd say I'm surprised, but this is my total lack of surprise face. What happened to the robbers? The Shaw gang? What? I mean, you're well spoken, but a hostage negotiator? I'll do some research and make sure that checks out. These things are often messy. Any customers or Galbank staff get hurt? That's really good news. Usually, well, it's a different kind of story. You were there. You were involved in resolving it. Any comment on the Freestar Rangers? Having another high-profile robbery in their own backyard is a bit of a black eye.
If the Rangers can't protect their own bank, who can they protect?
Huh. That's really good to know. Stories like this always fire up public outrage and appetite.
They do.
Thanks for the interview. And take this. You talk and get paid. I spread the news. It's a classic win-win.
Captain Petrov's The Scow was robbed. Who's Captain Petrov? Is that the weird collector guy?
I already interviewed an ex-pirate about the robbery. But she was as reliable as good coffee around here. So you were there when it went down? What were you doing there?
I was the one robbing him? I mean, it was true, if I remember right.
do I get the feeling you're often in that situation?
Yes, I am.
Tell me about this Captain Petrov. I've heard he's a bit of an eccentric. What was your impression of him? I would have loved to have seen it.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure it would make a good story right there.
You could have.
No one seems to know exactly what was stolen, but everyone agrees it was valuable. Care to shed some light on it? Sure, right. Try again. What was stolen?
What?
I don't blame you. Last question. About, and I'm quoting, a zoo gone wild.
Hiding the
Other
artifacts?
source swore up and down that alien creatures got out of their cages and went on a
Yep,
rampage.
I let them out.
Please, please, please tell me she was telling the truth. It's got to be some Aurora-induced hallucination. Some days, it is worth it to get out of bed. I love it. This is just a plain old good story. Check the newsfeed for it later. And here's your payment.
Stories are worth more than 1,000 credits. I'm sorry.
Stories are a big hit. You lead a, well, an amazing life.
Thank you.
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be? I swear you're either a trouble magnet or something. So, Sistef finally, and against all odds,
The
really
Dovahkiin
triumphed against the Crimson Fleet. In their own backyard, no less. How were you involved?
I worked undercover for Sistef. I brought the fleet down from them and said, I mean, I guess we can tell her that since the operation's over.
So what do you do for an encore?
Oh, no.
So,
I'll
the
show you.
Vigilants went toe-to-toe with everything the Crimson Fleet could throw at them. And somehow, almost miraculously, they captured the key. The key itself. I've confirmed that
You just
with
have to
many
betray all your
sources.
friends.
Anything to add?
And then murder them.
Someone seriously owes you a beer.
Yep.
Hell, a keg. You have
Bethesda.
to feel good about how everything
For
turned out.
streaming this game for so long.
Commander Ikonde is being hailed a hero. And Sistef's popularity is at an all-time high. Your thoughts?
I mean, we did literally fucking everything, as we've done in pretty much every quest in this game. Yeah, we can glory horse some more?
I will make sure the story emphasizes that.
Uh-huh.
People need to know that. And that's all I need. You really do lead an extraordinary life. And as a, well, possibly embarrassing personal note, thank God for you. When you first walked into my office, I had no idea you would be at the center of so much. And I get the feeling you're not sharing everything.
Some secrets aren't mine to tell.
Indeed you have. I talked with the editor, and he authorized a special bonus for someone who's worked with us so long. And maybe one day, years from now, you can fill me in on the stories you didn't want broadcast. Take care, Constellation.
ECS Constant, for some reason, was not talked about at all. ECS Constant was actually probably one of the more cooler parts of the game.
My source is back. Here to hope to see you again.
Stuff and things, things and stuff, guys. Stuff and things and stuff. Right. So there's that. Basically recounting all the stuff we've done. We still have not finished Ryujin Industries. Let's go start this. No idea how long this is. The FC storyline was very short.
Thanks for choosing Terra Brew. Oh, the Ryujin order. You must be new. What happened to Tomo? Did he finally get that?
I got fired is what happened. And this is the soulless suit they got to replace me.
Well, you were a soulless suit.
I'm sorry. I know how hard you were working for that promotion.
4 years behind a desk, getting coffee, kissing up to that high and mighty Ularu Chen, just to get replaced by this nobody?
Hi.
You don't even know your own boss's boss? Ularu is Ryujin's head of operations, or resident shark, if you ask me. If she smells blood in the water, you're dead. Hearing that ad should have been the first sign they were gonna get rid of me. I bet Ularu was just waiting for the moment to hire you. And now that I've been terminated, it's only a matter of time before they send you after me. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Believe me, it's either you or me.
I believe you have grossly misunderstood the situation. If you put the gun down, perhaps we can come to an understanding.
You don't just get to learn all the ins and outs of Ryujin operations and then just walk away. Even worse, I got fired. They don't let that kind of knowledge run around in their
He was a
head
coffee boy.
disgruntled employees. It's just a matter of time before they send you after me. So I'm taking
Like the
matters
reflections.
into my own hands. You want to talk?
Andresia liked that.
I'll tell you what.
Oh.
You get one chance to prove you deserve this job. Change my mind and I'll walk away. Fail, and I think you know where this is headed.
Dead. Oh, I just get a +5 manipulation.
Maybe I did. Yeah. Look.
Why does that
At
exist?
some point,
Because
Ularu
manipulation
really will
itself
send
is
you
so
after
horrible.
me. Just promise me you'll remember this. That
You
when
just
I
win at
came after
persuasion.
you, I gave you the chance to talk me down. Let's just say Ryujin doesn't like loose ends. Chen fired me, and now she's gonna see me as a liability. And that's why it's just a matter of time.
Pretty sure he's just a
before our
coffee
paths
boy.
cross again. Okay, and when they do, I'm just hoping you'll listen to me, like I listen to you. You're either one of the few good people in Neon, or you already know a thing or two about leverage. Just don't make me regret this.
Oh. Alright.
Hey, no worries.
If only he knew I was the
Security
Dovahkiin.
here. Take it from me, Ryujin will handle any drama that may come from this.
He was right.
To them. Ryujin has connections everywhere. Even Benjamin Bayou. You know, the very man that runs Neon. They're practically untouchable around here. Just getting in with them, you're setting yourself up for life. Well, provided you don't get fired first, of course. Tomo had been Ryujin's errand boy for some time now. Lots of ambition. Dying to get up that food chain, if you know what I mean. He always seemed really nice, so a stunt like that? I never saw it coming. Yes, of course. Here it is. Oh, and please let Mr. Cho know that we did have the recommended maintenance done. I triple-checked the grind myself, and a mistake like that will never happen again.
Yep. All comes down to the manager, guys, when you're talking fast food. Coffee's the same way. It's basically the service, low-end service industry stuff. Just got to do the fast food, or the service checks and food safety. Which a lot of people apparently don't. Talk to Imogene.
The syndicate's been
Ready. Pretty sure some of my textures are still broken, which is why everything's silver. I have no idea what does it. Or what did it. Okay.
I suspect that if I were confined to life in an office like this, someone would end up being stabbed.
Can I help you?
Yes.
I wish marketing was more creativity and less statistics.
All of names.
What is it? You're interrupting me. Is this time accounted for? We're on a strict schedule. I just want to make sure this impromptu meeting is properly tracked. Then I will remind you that the schedule exists for a reason, and we seem to be ignoring it. If time is money, then suffice to say Ms. Serrano would not be pleased with such a frivolous expenditure. Ms. Yuko Serrano? Senior Operations Specialist at Ryujin Industries? She's one of the heads of the department you're standing in. You may have a point. And since you clearly have bandwidth to spare, maybe you can help me clean up a, minor indiscretion.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not at liberty to say. I will remind you of another common phrase. Loose lips sink ships. So, be cautious around the office and discuss intel at your peril. Good. Let me give you some background. Recently, I've been assisting the impoverished in both Ebbside and the Underbelly. I pay for the occasional meal, clinic visit, or comfort. But I may have lost a slate in the process. I need you to locate and retrieve it for me. Pre-assignment intel for one of our operatives. The contents themselves aren't too sensitive, so if you're thinking of betraying me, they aren't worth much as leverage. My sloppiness is simply an embarrassment that I'd like to correct. Then we have an agreement.
All right.
Good. Go to the Underbelly and talk to the panhandler, Huang. Discarded items are her specialty, so she may have come across the slate herself. If you can manage to find it, bring it back to me, and I will pay you for the time. Perhaps I can best explain with an analogy.
Got it.
There is an aquatic species on Volai Epsilon, which, by cruel irony or test of metal, hatches on dry land. Only 1 in 10,000 make it to adulthood. Most are eaten, some simply die in the crawl to the ocean. Meanwhile, there is a similar species that is born in the water itself. They never make this journey and thus never know its hardship. Which begs the question, is that fair? In the natural world, I'd agree, but here, we can make a change. I know what you're thinking, and I am not what you'd call a bleeding heart. Moreover, I find the Underbelly filthy and unsanitary. But I also believe in equity. I am well aware that my life came with a head start, so I try my best to balance the equation and bring the hatchlings to the water.
Yeah.
The conditions are character building. On that, I will concede. But as much as I dislike the Underbelly, I will say this. It is a welcome change of pace. When you spend all day keeping secrets, A burden is placed on one's conscience. The
I see.
time I spend volunteering sheds some of that weight.
Yeah.
Contractually, yes, but I'd rather avoid the embarrassment. Normally, I do a good job of setting boundaries between work and life. This incident is an exception.
All right.
Until next time.
Give a shit about his schedule. What else we got going on here?
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
I hate being stuck in the office. Hey, you need something?
I think we need to finish our
I hope that coffee is still
pilot
hot
line.
considering the time it took you to get it. You either need to learn this city or how to deal with distractions.
I wonder if there's actually
So,
time associated
what
with it.
was the holdup? A decent excuse, but not the answer I was looking for. I know that Tomohigashi,
In game?
an ex-employee of
Oh,
ours, accosted
in
me
game,
at
it's
the
probably
ferry.
100 hours
And
between last time we actually
before
got
you
the
get
mission
any
from her
ideas,
when we
no,
actually did it.
The barista didn't sell you out. Ryujin has enough connections in Neon that an incident like this would never slip by. Deception aside, some of us are impressed by how you handled the situation and would like to try you out in a different role at the company. And since Yuko isn't here to object, your new position starts right now. So, congratulations, you've been promoted. Not bad for your first day, right?
You were right to talk the situation through, rather than letting it escalate.
Validation? I swear to God, Andrasia's actually my handler, guys. It's feeling more and more like that. I'm not actually the captain of the ship. Which is why we had Hadrian as companion.
Well, they do say it's healthy to have goals. So who am I to crush that with reality? I'm promoting you to junior operative. The position is a bit more complicated and completely confidential. Your main duty is to add influence when necessary to ensure success of the business. Any questions so far? In any case where a threat to success is established,
Strong arm.
one of us is sent out to create a more desired outcome. This
It's
may
a
be
strong
through a
arm.
conversation or presenting some new information. It's all very situational, as you'll soon see. Well, it depends on the job, really. If someone can't be persuaded with words, perhaps a more forceful approach
Break
is
kneecaps.
necessary. You're basically removing obstacles from the equation.
Yeah.
Like any good corporation, we consider what we do here to be a trade secret. If others knew and could mimic our actions, it would take away our edge. Really? Well, this transition may be easier than I thought. Now, let's get that coffee delivered. I'll gladly take mine. And since Yuko's still a no-show, feel free to keep hers. The other recipients are eagerly waiting for you in the conference room.
Okay. Oh, all the guys. Hey. Five. Worked. I don't know why it didn't. Also, we got a double ender. Bug report there. Sometimes it happens where the key is not actually where it's supposed to be.
I never had the patience for computer systems.
Granted. Buddy.
Once you finish talking to everyone, come back to my office, and I'll give you your next assignment. Tomo's appearance was an interesting coincidence.
Uh-huh.
I can see how it may have looked like a test of some sort, but sadly, no. We had nothing to do with that, besides initially firing him.
Yeah.
Ah, a face I never mind seeing. What can I do for you?
Yes.
Ah, coffee. You'd think we'd want to support our own subsidiary and get tranquility more often, but Terra Brew it is. Terra Brew would be a substantial purchase, but we fully intend to develop the Tranquility brand. Current projections are set to surpass Terra Brew within the next 5 years.
I mean, they could own both.
Talk aside,
It's
allow
not
me
really
to introduce
an issue.
myself. I'm Lyndon Calderi, Chief Financial Officer. I'll be the one deducting expenses from your pay every time you manage to screw up, which hopefully won't be often. We'll see. We've yet to have an operative with a perfect record. This introduction was
Morning, James.
not annoying. I hope our future encounters are as productive.
Yeah.
Do you not have work to do? Perhaps I need to speak with Imogene.
Suck my dick. Trying to pockpick you, but I guess.
Just what I needed. Imogene said she hired someone new. I'm Genevieve, head of marketing and public relations.
Aww.
Me and an entire department at my back.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's good to put a face to the new operative. The only question now is how much work are you going to be? Oh boy, you're gonna be a real handful. Just know that one screw up
Your
for
messes
you means a lot of overtime and sleepless nights for me and my team.
paid for.
So, any precautions you can take will
Your
be greatly
job.
appreciated.
Coffee, finally. Well, let's have a look at you. That depends on your actions going forward. I'm Alexis Price, head of the legal department here, and I'll be direct. Any legal troubles you cause as an operative, witnesses, getting arrested, are my troubles. So steer clear of law enforcement.
Good job.
We may have connections with Administrator Bayou and the Freestar Rangers, but they aren't the ones I prefer to abuse. For one, our connections with Bayou automatically grant us a slight connection with the Rangers. He has some amount of influence with his seat on the Council of Governors. But our strongest connection is local, with Ranger Price. If we could get Freestar Rangers on payroll, we'd be running this faction. So no, that's not the case. Jalen simply knows how business is done when it comes to Neon. But that doesn't mean he's a free pass. So again, steer clear of law enforcement. Let's hope your best is good enough.
Fuck you too.
So, fetching coffee 1 minute and junior operative the next.
Yep.
Gamden Cho, supply chain manager for Ryujin. We won't work together much, but as part of the same department, hopefully I'll be seeing you around. Well, not compared to you field operatives or technicians, but it is a vital role nonetheless. Anyway, welcome to the team. Oh, and just a heads up, people in your position don't typically see the brighter side of Ryujin Industries. But rest assured, this is a great company, and the work we do goes toward benefiting millions. Well, neuroamps for one. They aid in mental illness, confidence boosting, and focus.
Starlink.
Drone robots for maintenance and security. Tranquility
Starlink.
for relaxation. Arbron for protection. Your work only helps us improve and expand upon these products that so many people love and benefit from.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes drastic measures to ensure we can deliver the best products possible. Of course, you'll be forming your own opinions as you go. Just keep an open mind. Oh, and thanks for the coffee.
Talk to the people, did the thing. Back we go.
How goes the slate search? Any complications?
I hope you enjoyed your little meet and greet. I thought you'd like to know the execs who you'll be impacting while on the job. That doesn't surprise me.
Nope.
Now that you've met a few of the execs, let's get you started. We've reason to believe that our friends at Kelt Corp are trying to hack into our R&D server, since we're both competing for a contract right now. I suppose an outsider might think that, but we prefer to handle incursions like this in-house. We can't allow them to win the contract, nor can we allow the action to go unpunished. I'll be giving you a data slate with a file that you'll need to upload through one of their computers. Think of it as a lesson that Kelt Corp gets to learn the hard way.
Incriminating evidence?
I should hope so. Considering this is your job, not a favor.
Oh, it was their job too, and they're
Here's
trying
the
to push
data
it on me.
Good luck.
Social loafing, guys. No, do your job. Go to Cell Corp, upload it. Okay.
Supply chain disruption.
And to the other side of the building.
People joke, say those.
Good, good. Off we go. Yes, this here to do commit corporate espionage. Nothing big. Hi. 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 Oh, we were here before. Just a casual bit of corporate espionage. Nothing big. Nothing too bad. Just a little bit. Just the tip of corporate espionage. Nothing super amazing. This, do that. Boobadoo, badoo, badoo. All of a sudden, that's easy mode. Bye, guys. Great meeting you. Good talk. Uh-huh. Well. Yeah, we got some pretty major fetch quests going on here, guys. So far, so good.
You know I went to chef school.
You know, with my upgraded booster, maybe I should actually get a skip pack now. I don't use the skip packs because basically there's no boost. You can't, like, fly up at all. But maybe you can. Maybe it's enough. Up we go. Not sure if that's faster than running with AMP. It might be about the same.
This report isn't bad, but you're going to need more supporting evidence. Imogene's a stickler for...
Well, look who survived
Hey,
their
buddy.
first assignment. How'd it go?
Take the gloves.
Anything to report?
It's anxiety-inducing.
I know it's...
A fair question. We may have plenty of eyes and ears out there, but I'm still going to need an answer.
That's how I'm lying?
Not a single setback. I knew you were going to be perfect for this job.
Uh-huh.
If you recall,
They know I'm the
setbacks mean a
Dovahkiin.
lot of things
They're
for a
breaking
lot
the
of
fourth
people.
barrier here, guys.
Payoffs, cover stories, cleanup crews. You get my drift. The cleaner your work, the more intact your payments stay. I'm sure you understand.
If you want clean work, you never should have hired me.
So, you've gotten caught in the past. Now's the time to make new habits. In the meantime, I'll make sure that Slate is properly
The strong
disposed
arm
of.
branch of Ryujin Industries.
So, now that we know you're capable of handling some light cyber
Or
mischief,
pew pew.
let's try your hand at a little framing. And I'd argue that arts and crafts is exactly what we do here.
I was using arts and crafts
just
with
on a
my
much
words.
higher level. One of our subsidiaries, Arboron, is currently competing for a contract against Laredo. Now, the buyer likes to keep their associations clean, and will be sending a representative to Laredo in Aquila City for an evaluation. We just need you to visit their office first and accidentally leave behind some incriminating evidence against their company.
Okay.
Good.
Not
This
really a
one
whole
should
lot
be
of dialogue
easy to
that's
pull off.
interesting.
Laredo has their own building, unlike CaltCorp, so at least there's only a single layer of security to deal with. Here's the slate we need you to plant. It holds confidential files that'll cast the perfect negative light on our friends at Laredo. Now, get going.
Okay. More digipicks.
Can I help you?
No. Bitch.
Imogene and Yuko run a tight ship around here.
Really looked around. I don't think the... I think all we basically need to see is...
Don't
talk
cause
to you
any
already.
trouble. Hey there. Good to see. Don't you have some work to do? Come by whenever.
Here are all the people from
I'm
the
always
conference
happy.
rooms.
I suppose that is ours now. Eh?
Kind of weird. Feels like this is a vent thing. Very weird. Oh my god. Eons never really... Yeah, the DPS and Eons suck. I don't think they ever really... Of... DPS scaling. Novus locks are RNG, guys. Okay. Bye. Nice meeting you.
Just waiting for more info. As usual.
Uh-huh.
I've got my eye on you.
Okay. You should keep a better eye on me. Locked offices, permanently locked offices. Pretty much it. Cafeteria?
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
Taking a break?
Yep. Look through your pockets. My dear. Let's see. No, there was this, which we have to do first. Getting a slate back for one of the guys. Good.
The effort to make this place livable is astounding.
Okay, and back in we go. Quest wasn't set right. Thought they mentioned it being in the underground area. Yep.
I think I'm gonna take the kids off work.
Yeah. I like how, despite the fact that like there's this whole thriving area underground, there really isn't much in the way of like actual living spaces. There's the crates, but there's like 4 apartments there. Never really figured that one out. Just a lot of shops.
I would hope for the sake of these workers that after a while you get used to the smell.
Oh, we give her free creds.
Hey, Chief. Chief, you're a real safety net. Oh, I totally did. Found it in the dumpster right next to a half-eaten chunk. And it was perfect timing, really. You see, the other day, the wind got a nasty cough and blew away all of my business spreadsheets. That won't happen with this slate. It's like wind resistant. That would mean I don't have to start over. All right, deal. I lost them near the employee break area. Look for any papers near the ground, the tables, maybe even the roof.
Doesn't matter if she wipes it. Does she thoroughly wipe it?
And I'll give you the slate.
Yep. Right. Pick up shit. I love picking up shit. More fetch quests. Game just crashed? Okay. Keeping track of her begging? When do I get a jetpack in real life, guys? Where's my jetpack? I want a jetpack.
Handhandling's a tough job. Wow, that's real class of you, Chief. A+ stuff. Now I can get my books sorted, executive style.
Yeah?
As promised, your slate. Tell your techie friend I didn't peek inside. And even if I did, I don't know what half of it says anyway.
Probably gonna try and extort us later on.
Thanks for finding my sheets, Chief. Bye-bye.
Alright. Or, again. Faster than walking? Probably. And back we go. I assume at some point here we're going to get actual meaningful missions.
As technician, make it quick. I have a deadline. Well done. It seems assigning you to this task was time well spent. And as I said when we met, time is money. Hopefully these credits will serve as adequate compensation. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an operative to debrief.
That was kind of a lackluster level up. What was that? Different soundtrack than normal? Is the game getting tired of leveling me up? No way. Travel to Aquila. Okay, whatever. We've literally been across the galaxy. Off we go. Ah, Laredo actually likes me. Good. Glad we aren't betraying anyone we know. No allegiances, do all factions, none of it actually matters. Good. See if there's a back way in here, if I remember.
Hey there.
F5. It's not even locked? The fuck is this?
If you're looking to browse, you're in the wrong spot.
I don't know why I have her office key. Pretty sure we have already opened this case and stolen from it a while ago. Before we do that, F5. Uh-oh. Okay. Good. Uh-huh. Fun. Well, I enjoyed doing that. That was pretty good. Alright, bye. Totally not on camera right now. Gonna take backsies. Wonder if that's actually gonna be a thing. We'll find out. You were caught on camera.
Have I mentioned that I am not fond of seafood?
Neither CPU nor GPU bound, guys. Catch, definitely see a lot more of that. Very weird.
Thanks again for your assistance. I trust you.
I was hoping you'd show up
Speedrunning,
soon.
guys.
Is it done? If you've got some morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you. And the truth is, in this industry, this is about as fair as it gets. Laredo is far from squeaky clean, and believe me, we've got our own eyes out for their moves as well. Now, I think it's time to examine a different set of skills.
Don't mention that. Follow me. Let's talk somewhere more private.
Aren't I illegally allowed some sort of break?
We expect our employees to self-manage when it comes to breaks. I recommend taking a moment whenever you feel that stress may be getting the better of you. Just be mindful of your time. This job requires a clear head. Nice to see I haven't worn you out yet.
I mean, I was just asking for a break.
The next assignment is to find a security chief and use some creative thinking to obtain their security keycard. And when I say creative, I don't mean with a weapon. Either look the part and be persuasive, or be quick with your hands.
Stealth really sucks in this game, guys.
No corporation wears murder well around here. We may take some extreme measures, but the less mess, the better. Now, if you need to find yourself a hobby outside of work,
You're stifling my creativity.
Feel free. Just don't let anyone hear.
Murder outside of work?
I'm sure you'll be able to get that key card without incident. Just remember.
I hate the flashing, by the way. It's like once per minute,
It's
once
up
every
to
couple
you
minutes.
to bail yourself out.
Very annoying. Wear a suit or security guard uniform. Retrieve the security key card. Okay. I think we already looked through all of our shit. Can't wait to sell out Region Industries to someone else. Alright. Let's see. Neon security, do not do your best to get caught. Wear a suit or security guard uniform. There might be a very specific uniform we're supposed to wear. We'll have to find one. At the security detail place. Which may actually be where we're going.
I'm not gonna say this twice. Keep your nose clean.
got them.
Yeah. You just gonna
Upstairs.
You have something to say.
Move in, Drasia. The fuck is this shit? Get the fuck out. Ah, don't mind me. I totally didn't just come in here and steal that.
I got my eye on you.
In the center of goddamn Bayou Plaza. Clear?
Another day, another shift.
I like one of the worst parts of this game is stealth, guys, and it looks like these quests are built around stealth. It's not, yeah. It comes down to like stealthing an entire fucking zone. We're gonna blow everyone's brains out. I can't stand it. Like the AI is so glitchy, it doesn't even pay to try and do it stealthily. The reason I'm doing it is because this is easy. Yeah. Good.
Hey there. Got that key card for me? I think of security the same way too, but don't let Dalton know I said that. Overall, not bad for a novice. I think you're ready to kick things up a notch, and your timing couldn't be better.
My skills are languishing.
We'll soon find out, won't we? This next assignment requires a bit more discretion for 2 reasons. First, you'll be dealing with high-level executives, and second, you'll be in the Astra Lounge here in Neon.
Yeah.
Exactly. And since you seem to be familiar with him, you probably know how much we don't like to upset him. If you haven't already heard the name Benjamin Bayou, you'd better get familiar. The man runs Neon and has ties to anything significant here, including Ryujin. The trade tower is his baby, and the Astra Lounge is the heart and soul. You do anything to scar that and make a scene, I guarantee it'll come back to haunt us. I thought that might spark interest.
Our techs failed to uncover a potential deal between Infinity Ltd and Quantum Synergies. Your job is to make sure that deal fails. It's already been taken care of. All you need to worry about is the job at hand. You'll be speaking with Quantum Synergy's Executive Director,
That voice line did not sound like the other voice lines.
Manager, Arthur Cruz. I'll be giving you a dossier on both. I strongly suggest you read them for talking points. I suppose I can give you a brief rundown. We'll start with Zola. Zola is a born and bred executive. It runs in the family, so she's highly accustomed to an upper-class lifestyle. She's a narcissist who's also obsessed with public perception, both of her and Quantum Synergies. She wants to be associated with the latest and greatest, so she's drawn to innovation and quality. Zola may be self-absorbed and superficial, but she's also smart. Her drive to keep both her name and Quantum Synergies in a positive spotlight have led to several innovations in ship OS software. As for her talking points, the key things to remember are, Infinity is the cheap version of Ryujin. They're a follower, not a leader, and they lack any sense of clear vision.
Copycats, guys. So, Chinesium. Good.
They've launched several, but none survive long. Nothing that would be as big as neuroamps or grav drives. That's why they've taken to just following whatever trends companies like Ryujin set. If they can't make money off ingenuity, they can certainly sell someone a cheaper version of a more expensive product they may want.
Yeah.
Just remember, you can refer to the dossier at any time as a refresher. Now, on to Arthur Cruz. Arthur is a self-made man, and he prides himself on that. He's a full package, having both an extremely good knack for numbers and knowing how to talk to people. As Quantum Synergy's financial manager, he's all about driving profit with as little risk as possible. He makes decisions based on facts and heavily researched trends. It sounds like the two of you could really hit it off. Arthur's a great talker, but even the best can lose an audience when finance is the topic. Talking points for Arthur are aimed at steering him toward Ryujin over Infinity Ltd. Ryujin's profits are 25.7% higher than Infinity's, even with a superior quality product. Infinity's profits are
That doesn't seem like a lot.
They're one audit away from ruin. We have a history of being financially secure that's never wavered, and we have the legal and marketing teams to handle anything that might threaten that. Sounds like you're ready then.
Yeah. So get ready for the quiz on the tour, guys,
Sometimes
and maybe
bullet-pointed
persuasion check.
statements can stick out in minds easier than conversation. Exactly. Those lines are most likely to sway Zola and Arthur away from Infinity.
Quiz test.
Not to mention give them a gentle nudge in our direction. The Infinity Ltd rep is Nina Hart. I'll also be giving you an altered version of her presentation to swap out with the original. We've changed several figures, just enough to cause sufficient confusion throughout their meeting. Exactly. And that incompetence will be enough for them to further question this deal. Finally, I recommend dressing appropriately, so I've taken the liberty of having a suit made for you. We need absolute discretion on this one. I don't want any SSNN broadcasts about murder in the Astral Lounge. Got it?
Yeah.
If you think you can do better, you're welcome to it. I suppose I can even provide you with a small allowance. Just keep in mind, business attire is preferred. Club attire would be second to help blend in. I bet you are. Just remember to keep a low profile.
Ooh.
Don't let the Astral Lounge distract you too much.
Hope all the quests aren't like this, guys. Oh my god. Well, be a thing. There's literally going to be options to quiz you. Fun. All right. Huh. Good. In tower? Astral Lounge, guys. I said that. Fun. Woo! Right. Got.
All these years, and Bayou hasn't let this place slip a single notch. The man knows how to run a business. Ain't that the truth? And especially so for business meetings. You want to impress a client? The Astral Lounge is the place to do it. Tell me, you don't happen to work for Infinity Ltd, do you? Got something against Infinity, I take it. I'd love to hear your reasons why.
I mean,
that's an awfully
it's actually one of
big
the talking
claim to make.
points.
You'd have to have some inside details on their operation. However, it does match some of my own research that I've been conducting into their finances. Aren't you the resourceful one? That number tracks with the insider details I've been getting. Interesting. Look,
Okay.
it was nice meeting you.
Not really
I
even
quite
much of a
enjoyed our little
test.
talk.
I guess you could just
But
persuade
it
him.
sounds like I need to take another look at some data before I head into this presentation of theirs. See you around, and maybe next time I'll be doing business with you.
Okay.
Having fun?
Ah.
Hell yeah! This
Buddy.
is awesome!
Someone came dressed to impress.
Ah,
Here
thank
on
you.
Business, or just out to escape? Ah, same here. Nothing like a business trip paid in full, especially when there's good downtime. That would be Infinity Ltd.
We're in Xeno.
Risky, you say? By all means, enlighten me. Cheap is a word quantum synergy should never be associated with. I believed our team had thoroughly researched Infinity, but your comment gives me pause. Their instability was cited as a pain point, but one we could deal with as long as we maintained control of all joint projects.
Yeah?
However, upheaval always
Approaching
comes
the
with its own
holidays, a lot of
series
people are just
issues.
chilling out
Delays,
as it goes.
morale, public perception, and Drexler has yet to prove he can provide the consistency that I would prefer. Perhaps it really is more than I'm willing to undertake. A surprising conversation, and one I would never expect from someone such as yourself. I suppose the old saying, never judge a book by its cover, is appropriate here.
At least the persuasion options were somewhat like what would match the dossier, but at the same time they give you a hint because if you look at the conversation, they're just at the top of the list and have the highest amount of persuasion. Okay.
moment to walk that off?
It's actually faster than going through the load zone.
If this ship doesn't end soon, my man is not.
F5. There's single digipick. Not that it matters, but we'll close the door anyways. Good. You like it? It's very straightforward. Just literally just go and push a button. Stealth not very good in this game. So far, at least. Maybe it'll change later on. Well, I haven't really went on any stealth missions after the update. I tend to stay away from anything stealth related. If I can. What would have changed? Like, it's just they, like, set them up poorly.
Ready to report? Well, that wasn't too bad, was it? You're a natural, and I'm not just saying that because I hired you. The Astral Lounge can be overwhelming for some, with all its bells and whistles. Tie that in with manipulating people who are the equivalent of their boss's boss, most junior-level ops would start to show their cracks. Overall, not bad for your first high-profile assignment.
Yeah. You even earned yourself a bonus, which Lyndon was more than happy to give.
It is good that our restraint is appreciated.
Apparently Andrasia likes restraint, guys. Probably into bondage. You know, the usual. Bitter personality, too. As it goes.
Don't tell me you forgot already. Our financial guru?
I don't care about them.
With numbers. Also, if you ever want an honest opinion about anything, just ask them. They're honest to a fault, and often give their opinion on something whether you want it or not.
The patch didn't really change that much of anything. I think they mainly focused on performance issues, which I don't think are really why people stop playing the game. The game's all over the place. You can't really just immediately fix content either, or where they've put in content or how you approach it. Game Plus.
Only as common as the flawless assignments you pull off. No one wants to clean up a mess. It takes a toll on several departments, which is why we like to promote a clean assignment. I like to recommend something fun or shiny and new. You never know when life will take a turn, especially in this line of work. But no rest for the weary at Ryujin. We've got a decent backlog of assignments, and they just keep coming, so I hope you're still good to go. At least this next one will be a break from all the chatter. Your next assignment is to remind the competitor of their place in the corporate food chain. Some call it retaliation, but we like to think of it as tough love. Let's just say we don't tolerate theft or smear campaigns against us.
They're
If you
doing
want to
against other
steal in
people.
this industry, you better not get caught. And if you want to tarnish our good name, you better be ready for repercussions. Most corporations live and die by public perception. Trusted products lead to a good reputation, which leads to profits. And, like it or not, we're all here for the profits. Your assignment is to plant an ARC device. The ARC will allow us to frame our competitor for gross negligence and tank the public's perception. ARC stands for Assault, Reprogram, Corrupt. We think of it as a multi-tool of sorts. The ARC locates hard wiring and manipulates the information current being sent back and forth. Depending on the situation, it's designed to do all sorts of things, but inevitably, they all result in malfunction. Good. All you need to do is plant the ARC on the service panel of your target. We can handle the rest from here. Do your best to make sure you aren't seen. The key is to make this look like a malfunction. And good luck. Keep it up, and you'll probably have my job soon.
Yep. Well, aiming to take over Region Industries, so there's that. Alright, what do we got? Accidents happen, travel to Hope Tech.
Smugglers always like to use Hope Tech ships to resemble legitimate transports. I wonder how the company feels about that.
I mean, they're basically bottom barrel ships, so.
A fair amount of business runs through Hope Tech.
Okay. Yeah, here, all these quests are very fast. Very lackluster. Why is everyone aggroed to me?
Keep an eye on your valuables. If you can't protect your own, you don't. Belong here.
Might be inside the building. Not after I landed.
You have made it great.
Because we're on a mission right now. I think it's the mission doing it.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
I don't think it's from,
You here for commerce?
Hope, killing Ron Hope. It might be. It's tough to tell sometimes what's going on with this game. Whether or not that's intentional or something else. Also, I'm getting a lot of FPS lag right now. But if I recall, there's other ways in. Probably specifically for this mission. Front door. Maybe not. I know there's a back entrance. Now to figure out where it is. I just go kill everyone too. Star Wars sounds. Ah. My God, the FPS lag though. I think my HTTP packs are doing some of this too. No, why? And the update only made it worse. Fucking shit. $15 FPS, 40 FPS. Ah, well, this is interesting. Crash. Let's see. I definitely know there's another way into the building. Where the fuck is it? Bar. Maybe the doors are intentionally closed for this mission. Not exactly sure. Like, we immediately go in the doorway and people start shooting at us, so. Check the bar.
I can't believe Ron Hope's dead.
So once again, I don't know if they're aggroed to me because of Ron Hope, where I shot him, or if it's something else. Has really weird aggro issues. Like, they're still aggroed from when I killed Ron Hope.
Yes. Hey there.
Buddy. This has an immobilizer on him for some reason. Rooms. Ah, well, that's not it.
Lots of business since Ron died. People trying to forget their worries a bit.
Hello.
All right. We did our due diligence, guys. If the front guards are hostile towards you when you enter Hope Tech, blast them away. Just those two. No one gives a shit about it.
Keep an eye on your valuables. You can't...
Well, we might need to leave Andrasia outside.
We'd be dust, except for the factory.
It is pleasing to speak with you. Do not have all the fun without me.
Something about a grenade launcher. Might be because Andrasia already shot a grenade at them that we fuckered everything in here already, so we might need to reload anyways. Guys, how's it going?
Off-worlders. Nothing ever good comes from
What the fuck is this game? What is this game? Oh, by the way, do you know the super secret trick on making sure to unaggro the guys inside the building? Like, what? Ah, boom pops.
You walk the factory floor? It's impressive stuff.
F5.
Just keep it holstered. We'll get along fine.
Please do not interfere with my tasks.
There's a doorway here. Walking through one of these ships. Hey, buddy. Oh.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Alright, sucks. Get you to scoot in here. You know, a little this way. No. Here. Manipulation failed at highest level, guys. After we spent all that time farming manipulation points.
Everything good? We're here to help.
Huh? I'm here to help you too. Can't push her? No way. Myself, guys. Okay, whatever. Oh, that works too. Fun. Now you gotta go pick up Andrasia. Still dead bodies laying here from Ron Hope over at the shuttle. Yep. Hi. Nice meeting you guys. Oh.
Yes, you need. I will watch your back.
Workers like to play hard here.
Poe says, yeah, you can kill just the 2 guards at the front and no one gives a shit for some strange reason. And then you're supposed to plant it behind the guard, but they'll mention that you can actually scoot people. You can scoot people by getting up right next to them. Getting in their personal space, make a move. Scooch them, guys. Good.
Neon. The house that Aurora has built.
House of Ruin, the house that cultism built.
Thanks again for your assistance. I trust you.
Hey there. Got an update for me?
Kind of weird that Andrasia doesn't actually think about hypocrisy or double standards and things that she talks about mixed with her own religion.
Good work. Now I can let Masako know how much she'll enjoy watching the news tonight. As for your performance, there is that bit of trouble to account for along the way. Believe me, I tried to stick up for you, but Lyndon's a real stickler for
The two guys at the front that we couldn't deal with.
On to the next, right? Oh, but before I forget, the results of your Astral Lounge escapades are in. I'm happy to say that the deal was officially called off. Masako was very pleased with the outcome, so she arranged a bonus through Lyndon. Apparently, you said all the right things when it came to Arthur. Quantum Synergies actually reached out to us to negotiate a potential deal. I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. Several other parties will be involved in that deal on a more legitimate level. And believe me, bonuses like this for operatives are few and far between.
Their suit designs, by the way, are pretty cool. Theirs are pretty cool.
Why did I have a feeling you'd bring that up?
I'm the Dovahkiin.
You've still got quite a ways to go, so let's keep it real and get back to basics. You can think of this next assignment as a stepping stone on your way to greatness. In order to stay on top of the market, we have to know what our competition is doing. The next assignment requires a more brute force approach, since the chances of them sharing that information is unlikely. Correction. You are going to steal from them. Don't forget, if you get caught, Ryujin will deny all knowledge. Good. Luckily, there aren't many, besides the usual. Your target is a prototype schematic for a new engine that Trident Luxury Lines is working on. According to the rumors, it's projected to be 17% more efficient than any engine on the market. The current schematic was sent to their star yard to begin prototyping, so they could be in the office area or the factory floor. You'll find the Trident Luxury Line star yard orbiting Aquila in the Cheyenne system. Remember, same rules apply. Don't get caught, and don't make a mess.
Yeah. Let's see. Star Yard, Luxury Lines. I've actually been to the Luxury Lines Star Yard.
Welcome to the Freestar Collective. Please maintain your current course while we scan your ship. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Interesting. Yes.
Welcome to Trident Luxury Lines. Trident.
I have heard much debate on whether Trident ships are overpriced. I have never flown one myself, so I cannot be sure.
Okay.
Do you have business here? Welcome to Trident Luxury Lines, where we craft the finest and most luxurious starships in the galaxy.
If you have any questions about our product line or would like to book a cruise, I'll do my very best to assist you. Now, how may I help you today?
Book a cruise?
Unfortunately, all
okay.
of our cruises are
I was like, is there
for the
actually cruises in the game?
foreseeable
No.
future. That should speak volumes about the quality of our products. Our cruises become more and more popular every year as new models are released. Is a Trident best in class, top to bottom? No. Clearly no. Deimos has fantastic missile batteries. Stroud Eklund's shields are a thing to behold. But what a Trident may lack in those areas, it more than makes up for in style, luxury, and comfort. A cruise on a Trident can be a truly life-changing experience. Of course, it's a point of pride to know my employer's products, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. It's a character trait that is extremely valuable. And if I'm being honest, I have my own dreams of going out there one day. It's important to know the pros and cons of each ship, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Okay. And we aren't going to do any delivery jobs. Alright. 5. I guess we're going to have to use the vent. But maybe we...
Hey there.
Guys, how's it going?
I mean no offense, but I think you might be lost.
I see.
Yes, yes, it's a singular honor to meet me, I'm sure. What are you doing here? Philippe didn't say I should be expecting someone. This is the very heart of Trident, and we don't need strays.
Ah.
Oh, and it tells jokes, too. Well,
You doodling
I
on the
suppose
wall?
Since you're here, enjoy being in the presence of greatness. It's here that we create the next generation of Trident starships. Oh, yes, I am. I am Gladys Coffin, Chief Architect of Trident. If you have any other questions, make it fast. Listen, if you want to talk about the max safe tonnage of the Astra or other trivia, ask Gia. Me? I design the future. What great new heights we can go to. Oh my, that's just priceless. Balancing elegance with the strict engineering requirements of spaceship travel. That's not science. It's art. An art I'm particularly skilled at. Am I famous? Well, my many, many awards and achievements should give you some idea. Oh, why, thank you. Yes, I've recently won my second Grand Nova Award for excellence. It's a great honor, but after receiving so very many awards and distinctions, they all start to blend together. Champagne? Oh, how pedestrian. I've heard some associates singing the praises of a certain something hailing from Neon. Velocity, I believe it is called. It's some drink or food.
We have to bring your velocity instead of
I haven't any idea what
going
it
through the
actually
vent.
is, but my curiosity is getting the better of me. You seem to have nothing better to do. Would you
They
care
go to
fetch me
Neon?
one of these velocities?
From Neon?
I don't much care which variety you get. And of course you'll be reimbursed. Ah, fantastic. I look forward to seeing what all the excitement's about. In my line of work, one cannot be small.
Bully yourself is just sitting there like a trap,
As
guys.
Trident's chief architect, no. As their premier artiste, I must find inspiration in everything. Whatever you say.
So, obviously the thing's in there, the vent's right here, so we could literally just clamber in here. Let's see what happens here.
This is Freestar Collective Space.
I've found
Hold
something
while we
for
scan
you.
your ship. And that's it. Enjoy, Neo.
Whatever velocity is from, actually velocity I think is from the liquor guy. What else would be from the underbelly or whatever it is? What's going on here? Really? Adam sausages. Adam sausage. All right.
I hope you... What can I get you? All you have to do...
Matter what color?
Maybe you'd like to... something special.
Okay, hello.
I want to click on the space station planet. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. No, I don't want to let... Sure. Sure. Alright. I don't think we're gonna pull a trigger today, guys. Actually, we pulled the trigger on those two guys that were bugging out.
Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
They didn't even call me sheriff. Why, guys? Why? Honorifics? Doctor? Doctor?
Captain, do you require my assistance?
Just making sure everyone feels...
Pertinent woman.
The galaxy must try it. Has been defining I see. Hand it over, please. Huh. So this is the velocity I've heard so much about. I must say, I'm cautiously looking forward to partaking in it. I shall see if it lives up to its great expectations. Well, it seems you've done what I asked of you. I promised you reimbursement, so here it is. I'm sure having the privilege to run this errand for me was payment enough for you, but I am a woman of my word. Now, run along, please. I have much work to do. The future of space travel will not craft itself.
Oh my god. So nothing related to our actual quest.
Back to crafting the future.
What? What is this? So we didn't just go do that quest to get her drunk and get her into the office and hand her over to Ryujin, or just get the plans? What? What is this?
after winning the Well, fortunately for me, your opinion really doesn't matter. Yes, yes, goodbye.
And that didn't trigger anything. Oh my god.
Take it easy.
I mean no offense, but I think you might be lost. And what have we here? Welcome to Trident Luxury. I envy you. Why, of course, and obviously. But well, it's about making it. So...
Apples? So they're selling Apple products. Okay.
I'm back to work.
We have resorted to theft now, I see.
Oh. She's like a fucking brigand for a while. What the fuck's wrong with her? Crazy doesn't make sense. Not exactly sure. I guess just a random server room.
Excuse me.
Cool.
No
Fun.
offense, but you belong here.
Take credit for your thoughts. Of course, take your time.
So that was a waste of time. Bangers. Oh, we just bound a bunch. Risking it for the biscuit.
Continuing your work. You're stifling me, dear. I'll look over the files when I'm good and ready. Now, if you don't mind, I have some vital work to be doing.
Can't actually open the shutter? Yeah.
I always enjoy. Yes, good. That's...
Okay. All right. Back to the core, guys. Good.
Approaching ship. You've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Ah, it's a fetch quest. Since stealth really isn't all that interesting, it's not really... Gracia? Did I leave her? Oh, no, there she is. Quests really aren't much of anything. I thought maybe I'd be able to get her drunk and convert her to Ryujin Industries or something, because she's a head engineer. After putting up with all of her bullshit, one of the skills you're supposed to have is listening to shit, right? And we just listen to all of her shit, and there's nothing.
Just the person I wanted to see.
Ugh.
You got that schematic?
No.
Please. You're not the type that needs to be babied. If it makes you feel better, consider it a formality. I need to deliver this to Vina so she can start the reverse engineering process, but first, Ulara wants to see you. I've upgraded your security level so you can access the executive floor, where her office is. Tell her assistant Maeve you have an appointment. I won't be far behind, in case you get lost.
Okay. Off we go again.
I've got my eye on you.
I think that was the single most stressful experience of my life.
Yeah, but you killed it in there. Genevieve seemed my career will be over.
It says something, does it not? That the executives wish to have everyone else physically beneath them?
That's most places, yep.
You must be in someone's good graces to be invited up to the executive floor.
Adoption letter? We're supposed to talk to anyways.
I see you have an appointment with Miss Chen. Just head up the 2 flights of stairs to my left and speak to Maeve.
Thank you for stopping by. If you need to make an appointment with Miss Chen or Miss well, I'm not the only Ellicott working in Ryujin Tower. My daughter Jupiter works at the front desk, and my wife Nancy works for Tranquility. It is. We're a close-knit little family. I like getting to see them on my breaks. Plus, it gives me the perfect excuse to brag about my daughter.
I don't think I'd ever want to see my family at work, for the most part. As weird as that sounds. And then you get to have people, your family, there's a hierarchy of people telling you what to do or not to do, or, yeah. Possibly getting in the way of, promotions, I guess you could say, or vice versa. Yeah, there's a lot of dynamics. There's a lot of power dynamics if you actually work with your family. Very weird.
Sure do. And I'm not interested in discussing it with you. I've kept this job for almost a decade by being tight-lipped, and that's not going to change now.
Got an adoption letter for something.
Where can I point you? The executive floor houses all of Ryujin's board members, with the exception of Dr. Kalra, who's located in research and development.
Please let me know if there's anything I can do to make your visit more comfortable.
Ryujin CEO is no joke in the boardroom.
I'm probably going to be using that for something.
This deal could be huge.
Pickpocket, holstered weapons, guys. Yay!
For my company.
Bathroom.
Company's future might be riding on this deal.
Good. Good.
Please try not to alert anyone to what you're doing.
As the guy behind you is watching me. Huh? Thanks, brother.
Whatever business you may have, it's certainly not here.
Whatever that was, maybe we'll have business there some way, someday.
Don't cause any trouble.
Definitely picking up stuff and things. Hubris, guys. I bit off more than I can chew. Get a one banger, we're fucked. Okay. Nothing here? Buddy.
I'm glad we're making an effort in our appearance today.
Stuff and things, nothing. Vent. That's about.
I've been waiting here for ages.
Can I help you?
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
I don't do idle chit-chat.
Yeah? Okay.
Name an appointment. That's neither your name or appointment. If you're expected, I need that information before allowing you in.
I know who I am.
So again, name
I'm that important.
and appointment.
Bitch.
He's with me, Maeve. We have an
Yeah.
appointment with Ularu.
Yeah, I got a woman to stick up for me.
Thank you, Imogene. I'll mark you down as confirmed. Ularo's in a meeting with Genevieve.
Either.
They should be done
Didn't give my
any
name,
minute now
guys.
if you want to wait right
Didn't give my name.
Thanks, Maeve.
Well, sooner than I thought. Looks like Ularu's ready now.
Wow.
You know, if they aren't willing, that leaves us with only one option.
Don't wander into any
Ularu.
restricted areas.
Is that always your response? I don't want another PR mess on my hands.
Yes, Viv, because you're too good at your job. Now, we can talk details later. My next appointment's here.
Fine, but you can break this news to Alexis at our next meeting.
I do not recall you asking if you could take that.
Ah, fuck off, Andrasia.
Fine, but you can break this news to Alexis.
Might get me caught too, technically, even though the line of sight's blocked. We'll see.
next meeting.
Oh.
Good. You're finally here. The one I've been hearing so much about. I'm Ularu Chen, head of operations here at Ryujin. So tell me, what do you think of your new job so far?
Already hacked your computer, guys.
In that case, it sounds like our initial impression of you is turning out to be quite accurate.
Hey, my initial impression of you was
my
accurate.
Dear Jeannie here says you've been through the basics of what we do and pulled off success every time.
5 successful standard assignments and 1 specialized.
Oh, a few incidents here and there, but nothing we can't handle, right? I happen to have a personal assignment that I'd like to send you on. One that involves meeting up with
The only fuck up was because of
Jeannie
Hope Tech guards that were fucked up at the beginning.
He's the best operative I've ever hired.
Let's not forget the only operative you've ever hired. Meeting with outside contacts isn't always as straightforward as your past assignments. Some can be fickle or demanding, so you'll need to decide how to handle them and what decisions to make on the fly. That's exactly the type of operative I want. Someone who
That's
doesn't
full of
take
yourself?
no for an answer.
Oh.
Your contact is Simon Rychek.
Oh.
He claims to have information on a new project that Infinity Ltd is working on. He said it's a game changer that Ryujin would be especially interested in. So his asking price is the big thing to consider. Finance will reimburse up to 1,000 credits. So if you have negotiation skills, use them. Negotiation it is, then. Because losing such a valuable asset is certain to have repercussions. Now, in order to confirm your identity, Simon prefers code phrases. I'll let Jeannie give you the details on this one because the concept is just beneath me.
Simon is into sports, so he enjoys any opportunity to talk about them. At some point, he'll casually say, "Looks like the Galactic Raiders are the #1 pick for the Universal Championship this year." You get to respond with, "Razor Derby is the only real sport." Got it?
Razor Derby is the only real sport.
Why is she replying for me? Why is Andrasia acting like me? What is the dialogue in this game? Oh, buddy, it's like Andrasia's actually supposed to be me or my handler or something. What the fuck is this shit? Like, I put her back on instead of Hadrian so we get more dialogue, but then the dialogue just makes me kind of feel shit. Like shit and insignificant. Oh, good. Passphrase. And apparently the writers don't actually think you're smart, by the way.
Hey, are we talking or what? You'll find him in Sidonia, so I hope your ship's fueled.
There's no opportunity to say that, and I'm pretty sure if you asked what they are, they'd say, oh, it's a passphrase.
You spoke very highly of this one, Jeannie. Let's hope he doesn't make a liar out of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some things to take care of.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Sit down so I can rob you. Close the door behind you, jeez. No manner.
Hands to yourself.
Right, it wasn't a passphrase, and that's just we're actually supposed to ask about that. I don't think so. Huh?
hope you can succeed at that before we are discovered.
Here's he talking, she's gonna discover us. Alright, bye. Nice seeing you.
I believe I said I have work to do.
I said I was gonna be at the top of the fucking food chain here, bitch.
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
Do we check we checked May's pocket? She has shit.
Well, that wasn't too bad for your introduction. What do you think of Ularu?
I'm gonna take her job.
I'm pretty sure all of our field operatives have shared that sentiment at one point.
I'll
Ularu
talk to you?
loves
I thought I was your
remind
first
people
hire.
How expendable they can be. Let me know if you have any questions regarding your assignment.
We had a special
Enjoy your
relationship.
time in Sidonia. It's certainly no Neon.
Wow.
For you? No. Only Ularu calls me that, and it's not up for negotiation.
For now.
Only that it's vastly different than Neon. There's not glitz and glam where Sidonia is concerned. And don't worry about it being in UC territory. Simon's smart, so any physical information he may hand off to you won't set off any alarms. Just make sure your ship is clean before reaching Mars orbit. Remember, Aurora is illegal there, so if you have any on you, it needs to stay here.
Yep. Alright. You tell me
I don't
stuff about
believe in
people we'll
small
only meet
talk,
once.
So if you need to chat, see Thomas downstairs.
Fuck my dick. Okay. We're gonna save here, guys. As I mentioned, holidays are kind of weird here. I have some stuff to do this morning, too. We're gonna call things, I guess, early, or actually kind of on time. Yeah, oh my god! Wait. Did you change? Did you see the barber and turn into a different airplane? No way. No way! You're an A-10 now! Aw! Are you babies? Did the Su-57 make a baby? And have you actually, I think the A-10 precedes the Su-57. Huh. Your friend told you about you. Okay. Okay, buddy. I mean, he's Russian. I'm not sure what kind of company you're keeping here. Not gonna trust American airplanes if they're hanging out with Russian airplanes. You know, that seems like we might have a conflict of interest here. You know, when we really need you. I believe the Su-57 is basically the Russian equivalent of an A-10. IRC, guys, if we're talking about military aircraft. It's another close support aircraft. As the A-10 is. Basically the modern-day equivalent of, I guess, a fighter bomber. You know, like in World War... Yeah, you're better? Those are fighting words. Those are fighting words, dude. You better not hear Su-57 talking about you. Oh. Tell him next time he shows up, I'm going to tell him that. All over. It's all ogre. But anyways, guys. Tonight, guys, probably will be more Starfield. I might not stream tonight as I do have to... I have family stuff coming up. I believe tomorrow I have dinners. So, yeah, and my sleep schedule is not... It is currently 10 in the morning right now, guys, and it's not quite on par with normal people time, so I need to fix this tonight. Hopefully fix it. Yeah. F-22 has nothing to do with the Su-57. That's not even a close support aircraft. That's an air superiority aircraft. A-10 or a Su-57 fighting a F-22 is basically like non-existent, so... Maybe unless you expect him to basically, you know, moderate the conversation, if that's what you're going for. Yeah, but, you know, maybe it's too far up the food chain, too. You have to ask the F-35 to the chat because F-22s are too expensive to send out. But alrighty, guys. Tonight, guys, probably more Starfield. Continue with Ryujin Industries. Pretty boring. As I mentioned before, the stealth in this game kind of sucks, and as such, we aren't really doing much of anything except listening to dialogue, and the dialogue isn't really all that good, so... At least the character design's pretty cool. I.e. the uniforms are kind of cool. So, yeah. Uh-oh, he's multi-boxing, guys. He's on multiple accounts now. Alright, guys, I am out here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more Starfield. If you are new to the stream and you enjoy things, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, or late night North America time. I usually stream for 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. It's obviously boobas, so you missed out on the boobas, dude. If you were here more, you would have saw more boobas, but because you weren't, you missed out on basically what this game's about. So, maybe you'll have to show up more the next stream. Alright, guys. I'm out here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of Starfield. Anyways, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.